Chapter 492. Brother, how about we form a group and enter the Divine Saber Mountain? Just as Fang Chen was observing the Divine Blade Mountain, a martialist beside him suddenly asked with a smile, "What is it?" "Form a group." Fang Chen suspiciously glanced at this cultivator. "It's like this. The various large powers all have a way to enter the Divine Saber Mountain, but we rogue cultivators don't. Rather than randomly charging in, we might as well form a group. That way, we can look after each other," laughed the cultivator. At this moment, a cultivator in the distance shouted, "Tiger, you still haven't found any cannon fodder?" Hearing this warrior's shout, the warrior called Tiger's expression changed slightly. He immediately said, "I've already found one." When Fang Chen heard the conversation between the two of them, he found it funny. These people thought he was a newcomer and didn't know anything. They wanted to trick him into joining their group and acting as cannon fodder in the Divine Saber Mountain. If it was anyone else, they might have been tricked by them. But Fang Chen wasn't one of them. Fang Chen had a method to enter the Divine Saber Mountain, and it was extremely detailed. He had never thought of forming a group with them. "I'm sorry, but I want to enter the Divine Saber Mountain by myself." Fang Chen nodded to that cultivator and turned to leave. Tiger was a bit anxious when he saw Fang Chen leave. They had already waited here for 2 days and had found quite a few cannon fodder. They only needed one more before they could enter the Divine Saber Mountain. "Stop!" Seeing Fang Chen leave, the tiger roared in a deep voice. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and looked at Hu Tianhu. An icy expression flashed across Hu Tianhu's face as he said, "Brat, you should be at ease and stay behind to be our cannon fodder." Since Fang Chen already knew, he didn't plan on letting Fang Chen leave. "Do you think you can keep me here?" asked Fang Chen. "Every new rogue cultivator is like you, but in the end, they all submit." Tiger pointed at the distant rogue cultivators that had been tamed by them. Fang Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen was ignoring it, the tiger was furious. It directly attacked Fang Chen. Since threats didn't work, it had to use force. This was what Tiger thought. He wanted to use force to suppress Fang Chen. However, his idea was too naive. Before his body could touch Fang Chen, he was sent flying with a punch. "Aha!" blood-curdling cry rang out as the tiger's body fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was heavily injured. When the few warriors who were in the same team as Tiger saw this, they quickly rushed over and surrounded Fang Chen. "Brat, you dare touch a member of our team," the leader said in a low voice. "You're treating me like a fool and using me as cannon fodder. Are you not allowing me to resist?" Fang Chen felt that this person's words were laughable. "Since you've injured the tiger, you'll be our cannon fodder as compensation," the leader said in a low voice. At the same time, his eyes flickered as he exchanged glances with the others. Together, they moved to capture Fang Chen. "You brought this upon yourself," Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the next moment, he took out the hidden star sword and used the 5th level of the Phantom God Sword art. A wild sword light pierced through the leader's head like lightning. Pu Kai, the head of the leader, exploded in an instant. His body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. This sudden turn of events shocked countless martialists on the plains. Even the few martialists who were attacking Fang Chen were scared silly. "Scram!" Fang Chen sneered. He put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. After Fang Chen entered Divine Blade Mountain, the entire plains were in chaos. Seeing their leader killed, the warriors who had been forced to be cannon fodder did their best to resist. The entire plains fell into chaos. An hour later, the plains returned to normal. Tiger's team had all been killed. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would provoke an expert like Fang Chen when they were just looking for a new cannon fodder. At this moment, Fang Chen was exploring the Divine Blade Mountain. Although the Divine Blade Mountain was called a mountain, it was extremely huge. According to the information on the scroll, Fang Chen entered the Divine Blade Mountain from a certain path. According to the description on the scroll, Fang Chen easily entered the Divine Blade Mountain. During this period, Fang Chen did not encounter any danger. This information is very accurate. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. How could a small military family have such accurate information? According to the information, Fang Chen quickly arrived at the first checkpoint. There was a strong pressure around the Divine Blade Mountain. Unless one had a special method, it would be very difficult to enter the Divine Blade Mountain. However, having a special method to enter the Divine Blade Mountain was just the beginning. To truly reach the top of the Divine Blade Mountain, one had to pass through the 3 checkpoints within the Divine Blade Mountain. These 3 checkpoints were said to be formed naturally. Even the 3-3-star sect did not have any shortcuts. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing on a white mountainside. In front of him, there was a sky stairway. This sky stairway led to the next checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain. Is this the first checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sky stairway. The information on the scroll was very clear. The first checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain was here. Warriors had to reach the top of the sky stairway to pass the first checkpoint. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen activated his sword body. A wild sword intent surrounded his body. In the next moment, his feet stepped on the sky stairway. The moment Fang Chen stepped onto the staircase, an extremely wild saber intent came from all directions. That's right, it was saber intent. What a strong sword intent. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. This kind of sword intent was too tyrannical. An ordinary warrior's strength was too weak. Their physical body would not be able to withstand it. Because Fang Chen had the sword body, he could move forward slowly. After an hour, Fang Chen finally reached the center of the sky stairway. At this moment, he felt a great pressure. It was very difficult for him to walk. However, although it was difficult to walk, he could still move forward. Just as Fang Chen continued to walk, a warrior suddenly appeared in front of the sky stairway. This warrior glanced at Fang Chen and then directly stepped on the sky stairway. What shocked Fang Chen was that the speed at which this martial artist walked up the heaven stairway was much faster than his usual speed. It took him an hour to reach here, but this martial artist only used a few seconds to do so. Whoosh! This warrior passed Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. After a few more seconds, Fang Chen could no longer see this warrior. He had passed the test of the sky stairway and left. Fang Chen was stunned. Who was this strange man? How could he pass the sky stairway so quickly? After thinking about it carefully, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that when that cultivator passed by him, he could feel an extremely dense saber intent. This kind of sword intent was not something an ordinary warrior could release. Sword body. It must be a sword body. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. He did not expect to see a sword body here. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chen felt relieved. Since he could have a sword body, others could naturally have a sword body. After all, there were many geniuses who were stronger than him on the ancient sword continent. However, seeing the sword body warrior pass through the checkpoint so quickly made Fang Chen speechless. This is simply cheating. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. It was difficult for other warriors to pass through the checkpoint, but the sword body warrior could pass through the checkpoint so easily as if he was walking on flat ground. Sure enough, comparisons were odious. Forget it. Let's continue moving forward. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen continued moving forward. He pushed his sword body to the extreme. Although it was not as good as the sword body on the sky stairway, his physical body was undoubtedly strong. After walking for about 4 hours, Fang Chen finally passed the first checkpoint. After passing this checkpoint, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed a lot. He also left the sky stairway and continued moving forward. The Divine Sword Mountain was very mysterious. The entire Divine Sword Mountain was white as if it was covered by snow. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the white on the Divine Sword Mountain was not snow at all, but the color of the Divine Sword Mountain's soil. Walking on the white Divine Sword Mountain, Fang Chen could feel danger approaching from time to time. There were a few times when he even encountered a few powerful demonic beasts, but they were all killed by Fang Chen in the end. At this time, Fang Chen had already entered the hinterland of the Divine Sword Mountain. The information on the scroll was very clear about the periphery of the Divine Sword Mountain, but the information on the hinterland of the Divine Sword Mountain was still a little lacking. It was not the fault of these big forces. After all, no one would easily enter the Divine Sword Mountain for no reason. At a certain moment, Fang Chen encountered the Sword Body Warrior. At this time, this warrior was fighting with a level 8 condensing reality realm demonic beast. In his hand, he waved the long sword. Suddenly, the sword light was like a rainbow, directly chopping at the level 8 condensing reality realm demonic beast. Crash! The demonic beast died. The warrior put away his battle sword, withdrew his sword intent, and continued to move forward. However, when he saw Fang Chen, there was a little surprise in his eyes. The fact that Fang Chen could reach here so quickly was beyond his expectations. The two of them looked at each other. The sword body warrior's eyes flickered. He grinned and turned to leave. "What a strange guy," Fang Chen said. Arriving at the Divine Sword Mountain, Fang Chen vaguely felt a pressure. This pressure was very obscure, but it was still caught by Fang Chen. What is on this Divine Sword Mountain? Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, there was a sudden change in the space ring. The triangular jade pendant suddenly emitted a scorching light, and then began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that the triangular jade pendant felt the existence of the Yang Tian Gate? It must be so, Fang Chen said with certainty. To be able to cause the triangular jade pendant to tremble, it must be related to the Yang Tian Gate. Chapter 493. The vibration of the triangular jade pendant made Fang Chen extremely excited. Then, he quickly moved forward according to the guidance of the triangular jade pendant. The Divine Blade Mountain was huge. Fang Chen moved forward quickly, and from time to time, he would see the corpses of some human martialists. Judging from the clothes of these martialists, they were basically disciples of some large sect. This Divine Blade Mountain is extremely dangerous, Fang Chen whispered as he walked. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the second checkpoint. This checkpoint was an array formation. At this moment, in front of Fang Chen, there was a large, grey array formation. Waves of wild aura escaped from the array formation. Standing outside, Fang Chen could see that there was a figure in the array formation. He was trying his best to break the array formation, but he seemed to be trapped in the array formation. Saber Body Martialist. Fang Chen recognized this martialist. He was the Saber Body Martialist that Fang Chen had met before. He had not expected that even he would be trapped in the array formation. I wonder how powerful the array formation is at the second checkpoint, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and entered the array formation. The moment Fang Chen entered the formation, he suddenly discovered that his surroundings were in a state of confusion. A wild aura instantly pressed in from all directions. Riaz. This is, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. This was because he realized that this array formation was not an ordinary array formation, but a profound grade array formation. As an array master, Fang Chen naturally knew how powerful a profound grade array formation was. An array master who could set up a profound grade array formation was at least an array grandmaster. It's actually a profound grade array formation. Fang Chen was shocked. The tyranny of a profound grade array formation was not something that he could break. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his excitement. He saw the Saber Body Martialist in front of him, and the latter also noticed him. Although the Saber Body martial artist's strength was tyrannical, he was still trapped in the array. It seemed that he did not know much about arrays. In any case, Fang Chen was also an array master. Furthermore, he had once read the Array Dao Foundation scroll. Thus, he had a relatively good understanding of Array Dao. Therefore, Fang Chen recovered from his initial shock. He carefully observed the array formation and began to look for a way to break it. After observing for about a minute, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the structure of this array formation was very similar to a certain array formation that he had seen in a book about array formations. There's a grey aura within the formation that gives people a stifling feeling. The formation bases are exposed, and there are a total of 18 of them. But why do I feel like this formation is exactly the same as the Golden Light Formation? When Fang Chen thought of the Golden Light Formation, His heart was filled with shock. Then, he quickly recalled the introduction of the Great Golden Light Array that he had read in the Array Formation Comprehension book. After a long time, a wild smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. This mysterious level array formation before him was exactly the same as the Great Golden Light Array that he had read in the Array Formation Comprehension book. It's actually the Great Golden Light Array. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he spoke excitedly. After learning that this was the Great Golden Light Array, Fang Chen was very excited. This was because the Array Formation Comprehension book contained a detailed introduction of the Great Golden Light Array. Most importantly, the Array Formation Comprehension book contained an introduction to the flaws and loopholes of the Great Golden Light Array. That powerhouse had been an almighty array master. He had practically stood at the pinnacle of array Dao. He had painstakingly written the Array Formation Comprehension book with his life's work. This book had recorded a series of experiences of this almighty array master before his death, as well as his understanding of various array formations and even the flaws of various array formations. There are 2 flaws in the Great Golden Light Array. Fang Chen searched for the flaws in the Great Golden Light Array according to the records in the Array Formation Comprehension book. It didn't take long for him to find one flaw. As for the other flaw mentioned in the book, Fang Chen didn't find it. However, even if he found a loophole, it was enough for Fang Chen to pass. It seems like those large factions still have some secrets about array formations in their hands, Fang Chen said softly as he surveyed his surroundings. Although there were many corpses in the Great Golden Light Array, there were no other martialists besides the saber-body martialists. This meant that although many disciples of the large factions had died, they had all left the Great Golden Light Array in the end. After finding the flaw in the Great Golden Light Array, Fang Chen quickly shuttled through the Great Golden Light Array. At the same time, Fang Chen's actions were seen by the saber-body martialist. When the saber-body martialist saw this scene, his eyes flickered and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Could he be an array formation master? The saber-body martialist muttered to himself. Then, a thought appeared in the saber-body martialist's mind. He took the initiative to approach Fang Chen. Before long, the saber-body martialist arrived at Fang Chen's side. This was the first time he had spoken to Fang Chen. "Brother, are you an array formation master?" When he heard the saber-body martialist's words, Fang Chen nodded his head. "That's right. If I'm not wrong, you must have found a way to break the array," the saber-body martialist said. Fang Chen glanced at the saber-body martialist and nodded his head. "I wonder if you can take me out." The saber-body martialist's eyes flickered as he asked hurriedly. Fang Chen muttered to himself but didn't say anything. The saber-body martialist was a little anxious as he said, "Brother, if you can take me out, I, Zhu Yang, will definitely reward you greatly." Zhu Yang was the name of the saber-body martialist. Fang Chen carefully thought about it. It seemed that there was no such person among the younger generation of the Nanling land. "I can take you out," Fang Chen said. "However, if I need your help in the Divine Saber Mountain, I hope you can help me." When Zhu Yang heard this, he nodded his head and said, "I, Zhu Yang, am a man of my word." When he heard this, Fang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. This Zhu Yang didn't seem like a bad person. After that, Fang Chen led Zhu Yang forward quickly. Before long, Fang Chen used the loophole in the Great Golden Light Array and successfully came out of it. They had passed the second checkpoint. During this time, the way Zhu Yang looked at Fang Chen had changed greatly. When he had first met Fang Chen, Zhu Yang had thought that Fang Chen was just an ordinary martialist. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chen was actually a powerful array formation master. Even he, Zhu Yang, couldn't break out of the array so easily. "Brother, what's your name?" Zhu Yang asked with a smile. Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, I'll remember you. I'll definitely return this favor. I'll take my leave first." After Zhu Yang finished speaking, he laughed heartily and disappeared from Fang Chen's sight. Fang Chen was left alone and continued forward. "When I have time, I must thoroughly study the Array Formation Comprehension book and then raise my array formation cultivation," Fang Chen said to himself. If he could raise his array formation level to the Array Formation Grandmaster realm, he would be able to set up a spirit array formation unexpectedly during a battle. This way, it would be easy to deal with the enemy. Fang Chen looked around and continued forward. At this time, he had only passed 2 checkpoints. There was still one more checkpoint waiting for him. At this moment, on the majestic peak of the Divine Blade Mountain, cultivators from various major factions were standing quietly. Of course, there were also some loose cultivators among them. Everyone, we, the major powers, possess a total of 7 keys. We do not know where the 8th key is. If you all possess the 8th key, please take it out so that we can open the old site of the heaven-raising gate together. Suddenly, the master of the Divine Statue School loudly said. On the mountain peak, countless cultivators were discussing spiritedly. They were also curious as to who had obtained the 8th key. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly shot up from the bottom of the mountain peak. In a short while, the figure arrived at the top of the mountain. When she saw the figure, a girl in green cried out, "Ju Yang, why are you only here now?" When Ju Yang heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He immediately said, "I wasted some time in the Great Golden Light Array." Then, Ju Yang walked to the top of the mountain peak. Among the various factions present, no one knew the origin of Ju Yang except for the mysterious Black Devil Palace. As for the girl in green who had just spoken to Ju Yang, she was a young disciple of the Black Devil Palace. Her name was Ju Qingqing. Qingqing, has the 8th key appeared? After Ju Yang greeted the upper echelon of the Black Devil Palace, he immediately asked Ju Qingqing. Ju Qingqing shook her head and said, "The 8th key still hasn't appeared. Without the 8th key, the old site of the Yangtian Gate cannot be opened," said Ju Yang. Many of the factions present knew that Ju Yang was a disciple of the Black Devil Palace. However, they didn't know that Ju Yang was an outstanding figure of the Northern Ridge's younger generation. He was acquainted with the Black Devil Palace's Ju Qingqing. This time, he had come to the Black Devil Palace as a guest after receiving news of the Yangtian Gate. On the mountain peak, the Lianyun Fort Master's eyes flickered as he looked at Ju Yang and asked in a low voice, "Divine Statue Sect Master, do you know this child?" The Divine Statue Sect Master slightly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Just at this time, the Qin family head suddenly said, "Ju Yang? Could he be one of the peak geniuses of the Northern Ridge's younger generation, Ju Yang?" Hearing the Qin family head's words, the upper echelons of the various large factions all looked at him questioningly. A few years ago, this old man went to the Northern Ridge once. At that time, I heard the name Ju Yang. Now that I think about it, this Ju Yang is most likely the outstanding member of the younger generation in the Northern Ridge. The Qin clan head carefully said. The various factions all stared at Ju Yang. This was the Southern Ridge. It wouldn't be good for the Northern Ridge's people to interfere. Huanyo Mongols was a straightforward martial practitioner. After learning that Ju Yang was a Northern Ridge martial practitioner, he directly questioned the Black Devil Palace. "Black Devil Palace, why did you bring a Northern Ridge martial practitioner here?" asked Huanyo Mongols coldly. Hearing that, the Black Devil Palace's people looked at the black-robed old man at the front. This black-robed old man was the leader of the Black Devil Palace. Although he was an old man, his strength was unrivaled in the entire Southern Ridge. "Who said that the Northern Ridge's people can't come here?" asked the black-robed old man indifferently. "HMPH, the Yangtian Gate's old site has appeared in the Southern Ridge. It's naturally a fight between the Southern Ridge's martial practitioners. How can we allow the Northern Ridge's martial practitioners to interfere?" said Huanyo Mongols. Chapter 494. The Black Devil Palace was a branch in the Southern Mountain Land. Even if it was a branch, it was still a 3-star peak force. It was much stronger than the Divine Statue Sect, Fire Bull Peak, and Lianyun Castle. The Black Devil Palace was the overlord force of the ancient Sword Continent. It was said that its headquarters was a 4-star sect. In the 5-element state, the Black Devil Palace had a branch, which was the Black Devil Palace branch in the Southern Mountain Land. Although the Black Devil Palace was very strong and was a 4-star sect, their control over the 5-element state was weak. Therefore, the Black Devil Palace wanted the branch to enter the 5-element state. With the Southern Mountain Land as the core, it would slowly spread to the entire 5-element state. When the Black Devil Palace branch entered the southern mountainland, it was very high profile. They wanted to become the absolute overlord of the southern mountainland and then control the other 3 mountains. Finally, they would completely control the 5-element state. And this time, the old site of the heaven-raising gate was a very good opportunity. Therefore, when Zhu Yang said that he wanted to enter the old site of the raising heaven gate, the old man in black immediately agreed. After all, Zhu Yang's strength was also very tyrannical. With him alone, the Black Devil Palace's strength would be even stronger. At this time, many forces were actually opposing Zhu Yang entering the old site of the heaven-raising gate. This made the old man in black very angry. After a dispute, the old man in black exploded with powerful strength, which directly shocked the various sects. After that, the various sects kept quiet about Zhu Yang. At this time, the owner of the 8th key, Fang Chen, was trying his best to break through the 3rd checkpoint. This 3rd checkpoint tested the strength of a martial artist's soul. Fang Chen's soul strength had reached the mid-orange level. Although it was so, his soul had been compressed by some almighty. His mid-orange level soul strength was comparable to a late orange level or even a peak orange level. Thus, to Fang Chen, the 3rd checkpoint was not difficult at all. Finally, Fang Chen successfully passed the 3rd checkpoint. At this time, he looked up and saw a sea of people on the mountain peak. The vibration of the triangular key is getting stronger and stronger. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he quickly rushed towards the mountain peak. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces were anxiously waiting for the appearance of the 8th key. Suddenly, Huanyo Mongol's expression changed. He realized that the key in his hand had started to shake. What's going on? Did the 8th key appear? Huanyo Mongols asked in a low voice. As soon as Huanyo Peak Master's words fell, the other owners of the keys felt their keys tremble one after another. Their eyes lit up as they looked down the mountain one after another. At this moment, Fang Chen was moving forward rapidly. Suddenly, he sensed countless gazes looking at him. His heart tightened. Have I been discovered? Fang Chen thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen continued to climb the mountain. Even if he was discovered, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he had the 8th set of keys in his hand, so there was still room for negotiation. When Fang Chen reached the peak, all the cultivators focused their gazes on Fang Chen. Brat, the 8th key is on you, asked Huanyo Mongols urgently. Fang Chen knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He nodded and said, yes, the 8th key is in my hand. The Lianyun Castle's master was just about to speak when the general family's people all became incomparably furious. Brat, you still dare to appear here, roared the general family's General Sheng. Wasn't this brat the one who had tricked him in Jinshan City? He hadn't expected him to be the owner of the 8th key. At that moment, the general family's head rolled his eyes. Immediately, he had an idea in his heart. After that, he said in a deep and low voice, Brat, the 8th key originally belonged to our general family. You fought against my son in the Golden Mountain City and used a trick to defeat my son and seize the 8th key. I never would have thought that you would still dare to come to the Godly Blade Mountain. Brat, hand over the 8th key and my general family can spare your life, roared the general family's elder. How could the various powers not see through the general family's goal? However, since they didn't understand Fang Chen, they didn't attack. Instead, they allowed the general family to force Fang Chen. Your family of generals is truly shameless. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in displeasure. Brat, there's no need to waste words. Hand over the key, or my general family will definitely make you die in Divine Saber Mountain, said General Sheng coldly. Brat, do you think you can safely enter the old site of the heaven-raising gate just by taking my general family's key? What a dream! At this moment, everyone from the general family was saying that the key originally belonged to their general family. Now they were going to take it back. The Qin family's Qin Yarrow also saw Fang Chen. She looked at Fang Chen, a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. The first time she had saved Fang Chen, he had only been a small martial artist from the Divine Wind Nation. The second time they met, that small martial artist had saved her life. After that, Qin Yarrow had always been curious about Fang Chen. Now, the third time she saw Fang Chen, he had charged into Divine Saber Mountain by himself. Furthermore, he even had a key in his hand. Most importantly, he dared to openly challenge the general family. Qin Yarrow was a bit worried. The Qin family's head saw her worry and asked, "Yarrow, do you know this person?" "He's the man who saved my life outside Leaning Water City," whispered Qin Yarrow with a complicated expression. "Oh." The Qin family's head looked at Fang Chen in shock. At this time, the general family's people were pressuring Fang Chen. If Fang Chen didn't hand over the key, they would kill Fang Chen. "Does your general family like to bully others with numbers?" sneered Fang Chen. "Brat, do we need numbers to deal with you?" asked the general family's head icily. "Brat, hand over the key, or you'll die a miserable death." This was the general family's ultimatum to Fang Chen. If Fang Chen didn't hand over the key, they would kill Fang Chen on Divine Saber Mountain. Seeing the general family's pressure, Qin Yarrow stepped forward. "He once saved my life. If the general family wants to attack him, my Qin family won't sit idly by," said Qin Yarrow. Hearing Qin Yarrow's words, Fang Chen noticed Qin Yarrow and nodded at her. "I owe brother Fang a favor. If you want to attack him, I, Zhu Yang, also won't sit idly by." Zhu Yang also stepped forward. Zhu Yang's words made Zhu Qingqing and the others extremely puzzled. "Big brother Zhu Yang?" asked Zhu Qingqing. Zhu Yang turned to Zhu Qingqing and said, "Just now, I was trapped in the Golden Light Formation and was unable to leave. It was brother Fang who brought me out. I owe him a favor." Zhu Qingqing and the others nodded. They didn't stop Zhu Yang. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about Fang Chen. Just what kind of person was he to be able to make Zhu Yang and Qin Yarrow attack him at the same time? Seeing Zhu Yang and Qin Yarrow step forward, the general family's faces turned ashen. The general family's head said coldly, "This is a matter between us and him. I hope you won't interfere. Your general family is truly shameless. If it's just a battle between the younger generation, I, Zhu Yang, definitely won't do anything. But if it's the older generation that doesn't care about face, I naturally won't sit idly by," sneered Zhu Yang. Although he hadn't fought Fang Chen before, Zhu Yang felt that Fang Chen should be very strong. Even he couldn't see through Fang Chen. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, the general family's expressions changed. "Father, let me take action and capture this child," Jiang Sheng said in a low voice. "You." The general family's head was a bit worried. He was afraid that Jiang Sheng wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. "Father, the reason I lost to him in Golden Mountain City was because I was careless. This time, I will definitely capture and kill him," said Jiang Sheng. The general family's head sank into contemplation. Qin Yarrow and Zhu Yang stood behind Fang Chen. They were staring at the general family's people. If they made any strange movements, the two of them would immediately attack. As for the Black Devil Palace and the Qin family, they were just watching the show. "All right. Be careful." The general family's head finally made his decision. If Jiang Sheng could deal with Fang Chen, that would be for the best. "Brat, I'll return the humiliation of Golden Mountain City to you 100-fold today," sneered Jiang Sheng. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Fang Chen sneered. In his eyes, Jiang Sheng was like an ant. "You're courting death." Jiang Sheng exploded with power and attacked Fang Chen. At this time, Qin Yarrow was a bit worried about Fang Chen. She didn't know how strong Fang Chen was. "Be careful," warned Qin Yarrow. Fang Chen sneered when he saw Jiang Sheng's attack. He held the hidden star sword and used the phantom godsword art. Sword light flickered. Bang! Jiang Sheng's body softly fell to the ground. He had lost his life. The entire Divine Blade Mountain was silent. All the cultivators looked at Fang Chen in shock. Even the black-robed old man and the Qin family's head were shocked. Qin Yarrow's heart was in turmoil. Was this still the weak cultivator she knew? Chapter 495. Killing the general clan's Jiang Sheng in a single sword strike had shocked all the factions. Such an outstanding prodigy was comparable to Qin Yarrow and the others. Such a martial artist wasn't actually a disciple of a major sect like them. Right now, the most furious faction was the general clan. The current clan head of the general clan was infuriated. He looked at the dead Jiang Sheng and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. "Kid, you killed my son. I am going to tear you into pieces." The current clan head of the general clan had completely sunk into a state of madness. His entire body was filled with an extremely wild aura. Fang Chen had already expected such a situation to happen and had a plan to deal with it. Right now, seeing the current clan head of the general clan making a move, Qin Yao took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Chen. She spoke coldly. The current clan head of the general clan actually made a move against a junior. "He killed my son. I must kill him. Qin Yao, are you representing the Qin clan to become enemies with my general clan?" The clan head of the general clan roared with rage. Jiang Sheng was his most outstanding son. If he, as the father, didn't do anything after seeing his son being killed, then he would be worse than a beast. Therefore, even if Qin Yao stood out, the clan head of the general clan wasn't afraid. Qin Yao's charming face was filled with anger. She turned around and looked at the clan head of the Qin clan. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating for Qin Yao to not be impulsive. Fang Chen might be outstanding and had saved Qin Yao's life, but a major clan like Qin Yao wouldn't start a war with the general clan for a single Fang Chen. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. In the eyes of major clans, there were only benefits and no friendship. The Qin clan might not have made a statement, but Qin Yao's attitude was very clear. She wanted to protect Fang Chen. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, she would have been killed by Wu Ni on the plains outside of the Leaning Water City. Therefore, no matter what, she had to step forward bravely. The situation in the arena was extremely solemn. Many factions were watching the show. Zhu Yang also quietly took a step forward and walked to Fang Chen's side. A frightening golden light shot out from his eyes. As long as Fang Chen said the word, he would make a move. Although the Jiang family was strong, Zhu Yang was not someone to be trifled with. Fang Chen glanced at Zhu Yang and Qin Yao, feeling touched. Then, he said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can still control the situation for now." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a triangular jade pendant appeared in his palm. As soon as this jade pendant appeared, it caused the other 7 jade pendants to vibrate instantly. "It's the 8th key." The eyes of many cultivators lit up as they shouted. Even the people from the general family couldn't care less as they stared at the key in Fang Chen's hand with burning eyes. "Brat, hand over the key and end your own life. If you do that, our general clan might leave you with an intact corpse," the general clan's clan head shouted furiously. Fang Chen exerted a bit of force in his fingers and instantly pinched the triangular jade pendant. Then, he said, "If the Jiang family intends to bully me with numbers, I don't mind crushing the key." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the general clan's clan head was furious. Fang Chen was threatening him. This made him very angry. Of course, the surrounding cultivators were worried. They were afraid that Fang Chen would crush the 8th key. "Fang Chen, the 8th key is very important. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions," a cultivator said. "That's right. The 8th key is the key to open the old site of the Raising Sky Gate. Don't be impulsive." In the beginning, no one paid any attention to Fang Chen. However, when they heard Fang Chen's words, they became very anxious. The general clan's clan head was furious and was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the leaders of the other major factions. Compared to the general clan, the 8th key was clearly more important. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen spoke. "I know that everyone present is unconvinced that I obtained the 8th key. If it's a challenge from the younger generation, I will accept it all. However, if it's an older generation that tries to force their way in, I will crush the jade pendant immediately," Fang Chen said solemnly. As he spoke, Fang Chen looked at the general clan. In the entire southern mountain land, Fang Chen did not fear anyone among the younger generation. However, Fang Chen was no match for the older generation. Therefore, Fang Chen could only take out the 8th key to intimidate everyone. "Brat, you're courting death." The general clan's clan head was furious. The strongest person among the younger generation of the general clan, Jiang Sheng, had been killed by Fang Chen. The remaining disciples were simply no match for Fang Chen. Wasn't Fang Chen's words causing the general clan to be helpless? Seeing that the general clan's clan head was a little emotional, the Qin clan head and the others spoke up. General clan head, don't be impulsive. If Fang Chen crushes the 8th key because of your impulsiveness, I don't think there's any need for the general clan to exist anymore. That's right. The most important thing now is to gather the 8th key and open the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Once we enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, no one will interfere with the grudge between the general clan and Fang Chen. Hearing the words of the few big shots, the general clan head tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He glared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. Once we enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, I'll definitely kill you." After saying that, the general clan head walked to the side and ignored Fang Chen. At this moment, the black-robed old man from the Black Devil Palace spoke, "I believe everyone knows our purpose for coming here. Now that the 8 sets of keys have been gathered, I would like to invite everyone to take out their keys and open the old site of the Heaven Raising Gate." Hearing the words of the black-clothed old man from the Black Devil Palace, the few big shots nodded their heads and took out their keys. Fang Chen did not take the threat of the general clan head to heart. After entering the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, it was hard to say if he would meet him. The 6 big shots took out 7 sets of keys. Their palms emitted a bright light as they looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen injected his spiritual energy into the triangular jade pendant. Suddenly, the triangular jade pendant flew out from his palm and floated in the air. At the same time, the other 7 sets of keys also floated in the air. The 8 keys occupied 8 positions in the void. Their bodies emitted dazzling rays of light, and these rays of light instantly merged into one. Under everyone's gaze, the 8 sets of keys slowly combined together. At this moment, the Godly Blade Mountain was completely silent. Even the demonic beasts that were hiding on the Godly Blade Mountain were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were constantly trembling as if a demon was born. Crack! The 8 sets of jade pendants perfectly combined together and emitted a bright white light. When this white light appeared, the entire Godly Blade Mountain trembled. Is the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate about to appear? Many warriors' faces were filled with joy as they stared at the keys in the air without blinking. Their hearts were filled with excitement. 3 3-star sect, 2 great clans, and the powerful Black Devil Palace. All the warriors took a step forward. They were already prepared to enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate at any time. Boom! After the perfect combination, the jade pendant emitted a gentle white light that illuminated the entire Godly Blade Mountain. In the next moment, the white light disappeared and the jade pendant was replaced by a fiery red color. When this fiery red color appeared, everyone instantly felt a vicissitude aura rushing towards them. The old site of the Raising Heaven Gate has appeared. A warrior suddenly shouted. Immediately, all the warriors looked towards the sky. In front of the keys, there was a void stone door. This void stone door was tightly shut and a wild aura was emitted from it. Countless martial artists were extremely excited. At this moment, the fiery red light on the keys disappeared. Then, it floated to the front of the void stone door and embedded itself into the void stone door. Crack! At this moment, the void stone door flashed with a dazzling light. Then, it completely combined with the keys. Finally, the void stone door creaked and slowly opened. After the void stone door opened, a fiery red aura surged out. The scorching aura caused many of the warriors to step back. However, when the people of the Qin clan and the Fire Bull Peak saw this scene, their eyes were filled with a burning desire. The Qin clan and the Fire Bull Peak both focused on fire. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were all fire attribute cultivation techniques. At this moment, they sensed that there was such a scorching aura behind the void stone gate. There must be a fire attribute inheritance in the old site of the Heaven Raising Gate. Therefore, they were extremely excited. Is the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate behind the void stone door? A warrior shouted loudly. There were also some warriors who couldn't help but push off the ground and rush into the void stone door. When they saw the warriors rush in, the other large sect also led their disciples into the void stone door. Brother Fang, I'll take my leave first. Zhu Yang bid farewell to Fang Chen before following Zhu Qingqing and the others into the Void Stone Door. Before long, only Fang Chen was left on the Divine Blade Mountain. He was the last to enter the Void Stone Door. When Fang Chen entered the Void Stone Door, a group of warriors rushed over from the foot of the Divine Blade Mountain. The Divine Blade Mountain shook just now. The old site of the Raising Heaven Gate must have been opened. Hurry up! Someone shouted loudly. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely discover that these warriors were the disciples of the Baron sect in Leaning Water City. The person leading them was the sect master of the Baron sect. Leaning Water City was quite far from here. Many of the Baron sect's disciples had traveled thousands of miles to get here. When they finally passed the third stage after much effort, they discovered that the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate had been opened. Moreover, the Void Stone Door showed signs of closing. This made the sect master of the Baron sect extremely anxious. Under the leadership of the sect master of the Baron sect, the disciples finally caught the last bus and entered the Void Stone Door. After the numerous Baron sect disciples entered the Void Stone Door in the sky above the Divine Blade Mountain slowly closed and disappeared into the void. The entire Divine Blade Mountain fell into silence. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 496. In a scorching hot space, Fang Chen stood quietly on a fiery red plain. On the boundless plain, there were endless flames everywhere. The temperature of these flames was enough to kill any warrior below the 5th level of the Condensing Reality Realm. Even a 6th level Condensing Reality Realm warrior would not be able to withstand it for a long time. Is this the old site of the Heaven Raising Gate? Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was in a scorching sea of fire. He whispered. In a short time, Fang Chen's forehead was covered with sweat. Fortunately, he used the fire mentality to protect his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. Fang Chen was very curious about the old site of the Yangtian Gate. Back then, the Yangtian Gate shocked the entire ancient sword continent. It made the warriors realize that the Dharma idol could be nurtured. The warriors of the Yangtian Gate were often able to defeat the strong because they could nurture their own Dharma idols. Imagine, at the same level, but your Dharma idols had been nurtured while the enemy's Dharma idols had not. This would directly affect the battle between the two. It should be known that a battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. Whether this was the old site of the Yangtian Gate or not, Fang Chen was already here. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Let's leave this place first. Fang Chen said in his heart. The scorching flames here made Fang Chen very uncomfortable. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the ancestor bronze in the python sword suddenly spoke. Kid, you actually want to leave such a good place to cultivate? Ancestor bronze said. Ancestor, you want me to cultivate the fire mentality. Hearing the ancestor's words, Fang Chen instantly understood. Your fire mentality has reached the 2nd minor realm for a long time. If you cultivate here, you might be able to reach the 3rd minor realm. Ancestor Bronze said. A sliver of helplessness appeared on Fang Chen's face. He said, Ancestor, I want to cultivate here as well, but the flames here are too scorching. I can endure it for a while, but as time goes on, even my sword will be unable to endure it. Ancestor Bronze pondered for a moment when he heard this. After which, he said, You fool. What are you doing with your water intent and ice intent? Ancestor, you mean? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked. Everyone thinks that only the concept of fire can be cultivated in a place with dense flames. However, they don't know that in such an environment, it is completely possible to cultivate the concepts of water and ice, which are diametrically opposed to the concept of fire, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he believed the ancestor's words. Then, he activated the fire concept. A fiery red light surrounded his body, and a wild aura instantly covered his body. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the fire concept. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was filled with endless flames. Fang Chen was cultivating in the center of the sea of flames. Of course, The flames in the center of the sea of flames were too hot. As Fang Chen cultivated, he moved to the edge of the area. At a certain moment, some cultivators appeared in front of the plane. Among these cultivators were cultivators from the general family and Flaming Bull Peak. Yes, there's a sea of flames here. When the Flaming Bull Peak cultivators saw this sea of fire, their eyes were filled with fervor. They were extremely excited. The disciples of Flaming Bull Peak had basically all comprehended the fire concept. When they saw this sea of flames, it was as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. They all charged into the sea of flames and began to comprehend the fire concept. The remaining disciples of the general family curled their lips and prepared to leave. It wasn't suitable for the cultivators of their general family to cultivate here. However, just as the disciples of the general family were about to leave, they suddenly discovered a figure in the center of the sea of flames. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, look. There's a figure in the center of the sea of flames, exclaimed one of the disciples of the general family. With Jiang Tian at the lead, the disciples of the general family all looked toward the sea of flames. At this moment, they saw a vague figure cultivating. Could it be some almighty expert? The disciples of the general family were all puzzled. Their hearts were filled with shock. To be able to cultivate in the center of the sea of flames meant that it had to be some almighty expert. After a careful observation, Jiang Tian discovered that the vague figure was a bit familiar. Yes, why does it look so familiar? Jiang Tian was also puzzled. He circulated all his spiritual qi and gathered it in his eyes. His eyes immediately brightened as he looked toward the center of the sea of flames. Jiang Tian's face was immediately filled with astonishment. It's him, exclaimed Jiang Tian. Fang Chen. It's actually Fang Chen. Why would he be in the center of the sea of flames? After discovering that the person in the center of the sea of flames was Fang Chen, fury appeared in Jiang Tian's eyes. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, how did Fang Chen enter the center of the sea of flames? Asked a disciple. Jiang Tian didn't know the answer to that question. However, he had already made a decision in his heart. He would use this opportunity to kill Fang Chen. He had just noticed that Fang Chen was currently cultivating. There was a pained expression on his forehead. It seemed that he was stuck in the center of the sea of flames and it would be difficult for him to leave. This is an excellent opportunity, Jiang Tian said to himself. Enter the sea of flames and kill Fang Chen, ordered Jiang Tian. The disciples of the general family all entered the sea of flames. In the end, Jiang Tian also entered. After entering the sea of flames, the disciples of the general family circled around the Flaming Bull Peak's disciples and rushed toward Fang Chen's location at full speed. After roughly an hour, some of the disciples of the general family were finally unable to endure. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, the temperature here is too high, said one of the disciples, panting. At this time, Jiang Tian's speed had dropped by quite a bit. His body was incomparably hot. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to reach Fang Chen's location. He would be buried in the sea of flames. Seeing that the surrounding disciples were unable to endure any longer, Jiang Tian clenched his teeth and took out a jade pendant from his spatial ring. Then, he directly crushed it. Immediately, a small formation enveloped the disciples of the general family. In an instant, the scorching aura of the sea of flames was isolated by the small formation. After the formation isolated the sea of flames, the disciples of the general family felt much more relaxed. However, Jiang Tian's heart was dripping blood. This small formation was one of the treasures of the general family. Originally, his father had left it for him to use as a trump card. He had never thought that he would have to use it as soon as he entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate. However, when he thought about how he would be able to kill Fang Chen, using this formation was worth it. Full speed ahead. Controlling the formation, Jiang Tian roared. The disciples of the general family rapidly advanced. Without the obstruction of the sea of flames, they directly walked on the plains, increasing their speed by quite a bit. After roughly 15 minutes of walking, the disciples of the general family arrived in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. His body was constantly trembling. He was already on the verge of collapsing. Voila! With a thought, the concept of fire disappeared from Fang Chen's body. It was replaced by the concept of water. The moment the concept of water appeared, Fang Chen clearly felt the scorching temperature around him instantly drop by quite a bit. The concept of water constantly battled with the flames in the sea of flames. Fang Chen, your death has come. Just as Fang Chen was activating the concept of water with all his strength, he suddenly heard a furious roar. Immediately, he raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that Jiang Tian had led the numerous disciples of the Jiang clan and arrived beside him in an aggressive manner. Yes. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the small formation around the disciples of the general family isolating them from the sea of flames. The general family is truly extravagant. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. In order to kill him, they had actually used such an exquisite formation. Fang Chen, I've already said that if I meet you in the old site of the heaven-raising gate, you will die without a burial ground. Jiang Tian roared furiously. I'm afraid that you still don't have the strength to do so. Fang Chen coldly replied. Although this was a sea of flames, dealing with Jiang Tian's group was still a piece of cake. You're courting death. Jiang Tian was enraged. He directly gave the order. The disciples of the general family behind him all launched their attacks towards Fang Chen. There were roughly a dozen disciples of the general family led by Jiang Tian. Their strength was not as strong as Jiang Tian's. Seeing their attacks, Fang Chen sneered. The concept of water around him instantly withdrew. He then released the concept of fire. Using the concept of fire as a foundation, he clenched his fist and fiercely waved it. Immediately, countless flaming fists bombarded the bodies of the disciples of the general family. A series of cries of agony immediately entered Jiang Tian's ears. A minute later, apart from Jiang Tian, all the disciples of the general family were dead. They fell into the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was enraged. Fang Chen, you piece of shit. When Jiang Tian saw beads of sweat appear on Fang Chen's forehead, he thought that Fang Chen was also an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he took action, he would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. Before he could take action, Fang Chen used a lightning-fast method to unleash the Phantom Sword technique. With a single slash, he split Jiang Tian into two. Crack! After Jiang Tian died, the formation that he controlled instantly dissipated. After that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. At this moment, in a certain region of the old site of the heaven-raising gate, the head of the general family was leading his disciples to search for the inheritance. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He immediately opened his interspatial ring and took out a broken jade strip. Tian-o! Seeing the broken jade strip, the head of the general family roared loudly. The jade strip contained Jiang Tian's soul imprint. Once Jiang Tian died, the jade strip would shatter. Who was it that killed my son? The head of the general family roared furiously. No matter who it is, I will make sure that you die without a burial ground. The head of the general family was furious when Jiang Sheng was killed by Fang Chen. However, due to the presence of the other top sects, he chose to endure in the end. Just as he entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate, his youngest son was killed. This greatly provoked the head of the general family. Chapter 497. In the vast sea of fire, Fang Chen continued to cultivate after killing many disciples of the general family. After a few days of cultivation, Fang Chen had also figured out a pattern. After listening to old ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen used the water concept and ice concept to cultivate the fire concept. The results were obvious. After about 3 days, the disciples of the Flaming Bull Peak could not withstand the pressure of the sea of fire and left one after another. At this time, Fang Chen's fire concept had reached the late stage of the second minor realm. He was only a step away from the peak. Of course, other than the fire concept, his water concept and ice concept had more or less improved significantly. After 7 days, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. At this time, he had successfully left the center of the Sea of Fire and arrived at the edge of the Sea of Fire. At this time, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by dense flames. In the next moment, His body flashed and he left the Sea of Fire and stood on the ground. The trip to the Sea of Fire has benefited me a lot. Fang Chen thought to himself. His face was full of joy. After 7 days of cultivation, his fire concept had reached the peak of the second minor realm. His water concept and ice concept had also improved a little. It's time to leave. Fang Chen thought to himself. The purpose of entering the old site of the Yang Tian Gate was to find the secret technique of the Yang Tian Gate's law phase. In the entire old site of the Yang Tian Gate, all the warriors were searching. Fang Chen glanced at the Sea of Fire and quickly left. After walking for about 3 days, Fang Chen came to a valley. In this valley, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were countless lush grass and the entire valley was full of vitality. Fang Chen stopped and looked. At this time, Fang Chen heard the sound of fighting coming from the valley. This scene attracted Fang Chen's attention. Then, Fang Chen's body flashed and he disappeared into the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there were 2 groups of ancient martial art practitioners facing each other. One group of ancient martial art practitioners belonged to the Divine Statue clan, while the other group of ancient martial art practitioners belonged to the Baron sect. Mo Feng, do you dare snatch this spiritual grass from me? The leader of the Divine Statue sect said angrily with a frosty expression. Both the Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were sects in Water-Leaning City. However, the Divine Statue sect was a 3-star sect while the Baron sect was only a 2-star sect. The disciples of the Divine Statue school were usually arrogant and looked down on the disciples of the Baron sect. This time, it was the disciples of the Baron sect who had discovered a spiritual grass in the valley. This spiritual herb was called the demonic god flower. To a condensing reality realm warrior, it was extremely important. Just as the Baron sect disciple, Mo Feng, was about to pick it, a disciple from the Divine Statue school happened to pass by. The disciples of the Godly Statue sect immediately claimed that they had seen the demonic god flower first, thus they were planning to rob it from Mo Feng. However, how could Mo Feng and the others give up so easily? Thus, the 2 sides started to argue. Jing Yun, don't go overboard. Mo Feng was extremely angry. He held the demonic god flower in his hand and said in a deep voice. Mo Feng was one of the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect. Although he was considered to be in the middle of the core disciples, in the eyes of the Divine Statue sect disciples, he was nothing to be afraid of. After entering the old site of the Yang Tian Gate, Mo Feng separated from the Baron sect disciples. He led a portion of the disciples here. Jing Yun, who was standing opposite him, was one of the 3 kings of the Divine Statue sect. His strength had reached the terrifying peak of the 7th condensing reality realm. Among the younger generation in the entire southern mountainland, he was considered to be one of the best. Therefore, in Jing Yun's eyes, Mo Feng was just a piece of trash. Mo Feng, I advise you to obediently hand over the demonic god flower. Otherwise, I will let you die without a burial ground. Jing Yun sneered. You want me to hand over the demonic god flower? Don't even think about it. Mo Feng directly expressed his stance, swearing to protect the demonic god flower with his life. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. As Jing Yun's voice fell, the disciples of the Divine Statue sect instantly exploded with a wild power, attacking the Baron sect disciples one after another. The Baron sect disciples were not as strong as the disciples of the Divine Statue sect. When the battle had just begun, the Divine Statue sect had already suppressed the Baron sect disciples with an overwhelming advantage. Damn it! Seeing this, Mo Feng's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to save the other disciples, but he was stopped by Jing Yun. Mo Feng, this is the consequence of going against my Divine Statue sect. Jing Yun sneered and attacked, blocking Jing Yun's path. Bang 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 under Jing Yun's powerful attacks, Mo Feng was almost unable to withstand it. At this moment, the disciples that Mo Feng brought along fell to the ground one by one, losing their lives. Jing Yun, you deserve to die. Mo Feng's heart ached as he roared in anger. However, it was useless. He was no match for Jing Yun. The current hymn was also an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as Jing Yun used his full strength, he would definitely die. Mo Feng was powerless to change all of this. He roared towards the sky. At this moment, Fang Chen appeared. He had followed the fluctuations of the battle. When he arrived at the depths of the valley and discovered that one of the parties involved in the battle were the disciples of the Baron sect, his heart skipped a beat. No matter what, Fang Chen was once a disciple of the Baron sect. Although he was forced to withdraw from the sect, he could not bear to see the disciples of the Baron sect dying. While Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword technique. A wild sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced towards Jing Yun's fist. At this moment, Jing Yun was preparing to kill Mo Feng. Suddenly, he realized that a sword light was shooting towards him. He wanted to dodge it, but it was too late. The sword light pierced through his fist. Damn it! Jing Yun kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, he glared at Fang Chen and asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our divine statue sect?" Mo Feng thought that he was going to die. In a flash, he saw that Jing Yun was injured and retreating. Mo Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that someone had come to save him. However, when he saw Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with doubt. The person in front of him was a stranger. He did not know him at all. However, no matter what, the other party had saved him, and he owed him a debt of gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Mo Feng cupped his fist and said. Fang Chen stared at Jing Yun and sneered, "Don't try to use the divine statue sect to pressure me. In my eyes, you are just an ant. Brat, you are courting death." Jing Yun was furious when he heard this. He displayed his full strength and charged towards Fang Chen. The 5th level of the phantom sword technique. Fang Chen displayed his full strength. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Rays of sword light shot out and stabbed Jing Yun's body in the blink of an eye. Jing Yun did not even have time to speak before he was killed by Fang Chen. Seeing Jing Yun's body softly fall to the ground, Mo Feng's heart was filled with shock. Jing Yun's strength was at the peak of the 7th condensing reality realm. He was one of the 3 kings of the divine statue sect. However, he was killed by this man in front of him with a single strike. Jing Yun's death left the disciples of the divine statue school terrified, and they all ran for their lives. Fang Chen naturally would not let them escape. This time, among the warriors who entered the old site of the divine statue sect, there were older generation warriors. The higher-ups of the divine statue sect must have also entered. Although Fang Chen did not believe that they could find him, it was better to be careful. Crash. The 5th level of the phantom sword technique was displayed. In an instant, countless screams were heard. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the divine statue sect were killed. Mo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Even the head of the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect was not as strong as this person. After a long time, Mo Feng cupped his fist towards Fang Chen and said, "Brother, thank you for saving us. May I know your name?" "Fang Chen." Fang Chen said indifferently, "Yes. May I know why you saved us?" Mo Feng was a little confused. He did not know this person. However, this person did not hesitate to offend the divine statue sect in order to save them. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, turned around and left. "I was once a disciple of the Baron sect." When these words floated into Mo Feng's ears, Fang Chen had already disappeared. "Senior brother Mo, who was that warrior? Why did he save us?" The Baron sect disciple asked curiously. Mo Feng's face was filled with shock. He could not understand. This person's strength was comparable to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Why did he say that he was once a disciple of the Baron sect? Could there be some hidden story behind this? Mo Feng thought to himself. He would definitely ask the sect leader of the Baron sect when he met him. Such a heaven-defying genius had actually left the Baron sect. After Fang Chen left the valley, he continued to move forward. On the vast land, he aimlessly searched for the secret method to nurture the Dharma phase of the divine statue sect. Of course, he was also on guard against the older generation experts, especially those from the general family. However, for the time being, Fang Chen had not met any of the older generation experts. After all, No one knew how long the old site of the divine statue sect would be closed. The older generation experts would not waste their time on this. They were all trying their best to find the location of the secret method to nurture the divine statue sect. After another 3 days, Fang Chen heard a piece of news. Some warriors had discovered that a strange mineral vein had appeared in the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Many warriors were rushing towards that place. This piece of news attracted Fang Chen's attention. A strange mineral vein. Fang Chen thought to himself. He then asked around and found out the location of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. He then rushed towards it. Of course, the news of a mineral vein appearing in the Heavenly Beast mountain range was spread in a small area. Many large factions had a certain amount of information in their hands. They were all trying their best to find their own inheritances. At this moment, in a secluded place, everyone from the general family heard this piece of news. The family head's face was filled with smiles. The Heavenly Beast mountain range is not far from here. Let's hurry towards the Heavenly Beast mountain range. The family head said. Chapter 498. When everyone was rushing towards the Sky Beast mountain range, there were also a few shocking battles that broke out at the old site of the Nurturing Heaven Gate. According to the legends, the number one expert of the younger generation of the Divine Statue Sect, Huangfu Mingchuan, battled with Wu Enai of the Wu clan. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and several mountain peaks were destroyed by the two of them. This battle attracted countless martial artists, and even the higher-ups of the two major forces were watching. Huangfu Mingchuan and Wu Enai were considered the pinnacle geniuses of the younger generation in the southern mountain land. Their battle naturally attracted countless gazes. In the end, Huangfu Mingchuan won by a slight margin and defeated Wu Enai. After Wu Enai was defeated, the Wu clan quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Some said that the Wu clan found a secret stash, while others said that Wu Enai of the Wu clan was too injured and went to recuperate. In short, there were many versions of the news regarding Wu Enai and Huangfu Mingchuan. 3 days after the battle between Huangfu Mingchuan and Wu Enai, Zhu Qingqing of the Black Devil Palace and Niu Kai of the Fire Bull Peak encountered each other. The two major forces already had some grudges, and when enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. Zhu Qingqing might be a woman, but she was very powerful in battle. After an intense battle, Zhu Qingqing defeated Niu Kai. When the news reached Fang Chen's ears, the latter was also amazed. Although he could fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the condensing reality realm, he had no chance of winning against Zhu Qingqing and the others. I must increase my strength as soon as possible, Fang Chen said in his heart as he advanced at full speed. This was Zhu Qingqing's first battle with the pinnacle geniuses of the southern mountain land. Although Zhu Qingqing was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Black Devil Palace, the young experts of the major forces didn't think highly of Zhu Qingqing. However, this battle with Niu Kai had made Zhu Qingqing famous. Countless martial artists were terrified when they heard the name Zhu Qingqing. On the way to the Sky Beast mountain range, Fang Chen would occasionally encounter some rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators were all discussing the two great battles that had just taken place. In this way, 3 days later, Fang Chen finally arrived at the plains outside the Sky Beast mountain range. At this time, there were countless warriors on the plains of the Sky Beast mountain range. Some were strong, some were weak. Fang Chen's arrival also attracted the attention of many warriors. On the Divine Blade Mountain, Fang Chen had killed Jiang Sheng in front of the patriarch of the general family. This made many martialists think that Fang Chen was too strong. However, before Fang Chen could stabilize himself, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were surprised to see that the people who had arrived were actually people from the General Clan. Led by the General Clan's clan head, many of the General Clan's disciples instantly appeared on the plains. None of the top forces had come. The General family was the most powerful force on the plains. They are from the General family, someone shouted. At this time, the General family's disciples discovered Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you still dare to appear? An elder of the General family roared furiously. The General family's clan head narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fang Chen, you killed my son. Today, I will make you die without a burial ground. The general family's clan head did not give Fang Chen any chance at all. He directly attacked. The general family's clan head was a peak 9th stage condensing reality realm martial artist. He was also a veteran expert. The moment he attacked, he displayed a thunderous attack that was incomparably powerful. So strong. Fang Chen felt this powerful aura. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. No one can save you. The general family's clan head's figure flashed, and he directly leapt into the sky. His palm contained a wild energy as it directly stretched out towards Fang Chen. I can't take it head on. Fang Chen thought to himself as he pondered quickly in his mind. Then, Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and used the 5th layer of the Phantom Godsword technique. Crack! As soon as he used the 5th layer of the Phantom Godsword technique, it was instantly shattered by the general family's clan head. With the general family's clan head attacking, Fang Chen will definitely die. Yeah, the general family's clan head is a veteran expert. Fang Chen is simply not a match for him. He doesn't even have the space to dodge. It's a pity for such a genius. Who can he blame? He killed Jiang Sheng in front of everyone from the general clan on the Godly Blade Mountain, completely infuriating the general clan. If it was not for the fact that he possessed the 8th key, he would have been killed by the general clan on the Godly Blade Mountain. Many martial artists were discussing spiritedly. They were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. At this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed when he saw his attack being shattered by the general family's clan head. He immediately disregarded everything and activated his sword body. His figure flashed, wanting to enter the Heavenly Beast mountain range. You can't escape. The general family's clan head roared. Immediately, his large hand pressed down on Fang Chen. If this palm strike landed, Fang Chen would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. Bang! Just as the general family's clan head's hand was about to hit Fang Chen suddenly activated the hidden star sword technique and displayed the 5th layer of the Phantom Godsword technique. Bang! The Phantom Godsword technique only slightly weakened the power of the large hand. However, it was still useless. The general family's clan head's large hand pressed down on Fang Chen. I can't just sit here and wait for my death. Fang Chen growled. He did not care about his back being hit by the general family's clan head's large hand. His body flew directly towards the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Bang! The general family's clan head's large hand directly hit Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen tried his best to endure the pain. With the help of the large hand, his body fell directly into the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Die! When the general family's clan head saw this, his figure flashed and he directly entered the Heavenly Life Links. However, a minute later, the general family's clan head's face was filled with anger as he came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Clan head, where's Fang Chen? Asked an elder. Fang Chen was seriously injured by me. He definitely can't have escaped far. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, ordered the general family's clan head. After that, the general family's clan head entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range. After the general family's clan head entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range, the disciples of the other sect's clans also entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range one after another. The silence of the Heavenly Beast mountain range was broken. Countless demonic beasts let out furious roars to express their dissatisfaction. However, in front of powerful humans, they had no choice but to submit. A portion of the general family's clan head's cultivators went to the strange mine, while the remaining cultivators did their best to search for Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's back had a piece of flesh rotted off. His entire body was covered in blood. He was hiding in an extremely secluded cave. Then Fang Chen set up a formation that isolated him from the outside world. He began to heal. My injuries are too heavy, muttered Fang Chen inside. His face was filled with pain. Then Fang Chen took out a large amount of healing pills and swallowed them all. He began to recover. At this time, within the Heavenly Beast mountain range, the general family's clan head's disciples were all searching for Fang Chen. The general family's clan head was leading the other disciples to the strange mine. The general family's clan head was very confident. After being struck by his palm, even if Fang Chen didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. So with an elder leading the group, if they encountered Fang Chen, they would definitely be able to deal with him. Not far from Fang Chen, there were several disciples squatting on the ground and chatting. They had already been searching for several hours and were a bit tired. They needed to rest. The clan head is extremely furious. This time, no matter what, we have to find him. We have to find him, whispered one of the disciples. Yeah, that Fang Chen really is lucky. After being struck by the clan head's palm, he was still able to escape, said another disciple. No matter how strong he is, he's definitely going to die this time, said the first disciple coldly. The disciple beside him was just about to say something when the sunlight pierced his eyes. He saw a dense forest in front of him. Old Tai, there are many dense trees over there. Do you think Fang Chen is hiding here? Whispered that disciple gravely. Yes. Old Tai looked over but didn't see anything. There's nothing here. Come over here and take a look, said that disciple. Then Old Tai walked over to that disciple's position. Following his gaze, he saw that in a corner not too far away, there were dense trees. It seemed this place was extremely hidden. Old Tai's face changed, and his eyes flickered. Perhaps Fang Chen is really here. Ha ha ha, if Fang Chen really is here, then the two of us will have done a great service. Let's go take a look, said that disciple excitedly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to find this hidden place. It was only because of the sunlight that he discovered this place. Furthermore, only from his position could he see this place. The two of them were extremely nervous. If Fang Chen really was here, then if they captured Fang Chen and brought him back, they would definitely be heavily rewarded by the clan head. I hope Fang Chen really is here, said the two of them. Fang Chen had been heavily injured by the clan head and had almost no combat strength left. So the two of them fearlessly walked forward. At this time, Fang Chen, who was healing in the cave, suddenly sensed some auras approaching. His expression changed slightly, and he carefully examined them. When he discovered that they were two weak cultivators, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the two martial artists had already arrived at this hidden place. They pushed aside the dense trees and shockingly discovered that there was a cave here. What a hidden cave. If it wasn't for you, we really wouldn't have found it. Old Tai was full of smiles when he saw the cave. Old Tai, this cave seems to have a restriction, said the disciple in a low voice as he looked at the cave. Let's join forces and break the restriction, said Old Tai. As soon as he said that, the two of them joined forces and attacked the restriction. When their attacks hit the restriction, it immediately shattered and the entrance to the cave appeared in front of them. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them were extremely excited. However, just as the two of them stepped into the cave, they suddenly heard a puffing sound. In the next moment, the two of them felt a chill on their bodies. They lowered their heads to look and were shocked to discover that a long sword had pierced into their bodies. Chapter 499. When Fang Chen discovered these two disciples, he made a decision, and that was to remove the array formation and kill the two of them. Fiction. It was impossible for the two of them to break the formation with their strength alone. If they couldn't break the formation, they would definitely call the other disciples of the general family, or even the patriarch of the general family. This was not something Fang Chen wanted to see. Therefore, Fang Chen took the initiative to attack. After killing the two disciples, Fang Chen once again arranged the formation and continued to recover from his injuries. Although the patriarch of the general family had severely injured Fang Chen, the latter had the sword body and the help of the golden heart, so his recovery was very fast. Time passed bit by bit. In these few days, many cultivators entered the strange mineral veins and mysteriously disappeared. Even some of the disciples of the general family disappeared inexplicably. This made the other cultivators not dare to act rashly. Before they found the source, they didn't dare to enter the strange mineral veins. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed and Fang Chen's injuries were finally completely healed. At this time, there was only one thought in Fang Chen's mind, and that was revenge. Of course, Finding the patriarch of the general family wasn't a wise choice. Fang Chen wasn't stupid enough to directly find the patriarch of the general family. Fang Chen's target was the younger generation of the general family. Since the general family wanted to kill him, then he would slaughter all the disciples of the general family. After removing the formation, Fang Chen left the hidden cave and appeared in the Heavenly Beast mountain range. With his cultivation, it was impossible for the cultivators of the general family to find him. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen found a target. This small team had a total of 5 disciples, all of whom were disciples of the general family. "Captain, we've been searching for so many days. Is Fang Chen already dead?" asked one of the disciples. The patriarch said that if he's alive, we must find him. "If he's dead, we must find his corpse no matter what," said the captain. "That's right. If we can find Fang Chen this time, the patriarch will definitely reward us. Maybe we can use this to make a meteoric rise," one of the disciples said with joy. When the other 4 disciples saw this, their faces were full of smiles. However, right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." When the 5 of them heard this, they instantly became alert. They looked around, trying to find the person who had spoken. While a gust of wind blew by and Fang Chen appeared on the ground. The 5 people from before were already lying in a pool of blood. This is only the beginning. Fang Chen glanced at the general clan's disciple before turning around and leaving. Just like that, Fang Chen continued to search for the disciples of the general clan. He didn't hesitate to slaughter them whenever he saw them. In just one day, Fang Chen had killed a total of 30 disciples from the general clan. However, that was not all. Fang Chen was still searching for more disciples from the general clan. At some point, Fang Chen discovered a small team. There were 3 martial artists in this team. 2 of them were disciples and 1 was an elder. When Fang Chen saw the general clan's elder, his eyes brightened. Soon after, a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Elder Jiang Fengxing and his 2 disciples were doing their best to search for Fang Chen in a certain empty space. "Elder Jiang Fengxing, we've already searched for so many days, but we haven't found Fang Chen at all," one of the figures said. Just as Elder Jiang Fengxing was about to speak, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura flash by in the distance. Yes. Elder Jiang Fengxing instantly discovered that there was someone hiding in the shadows. Just as Elder Jiang Fengxing was doing his best to search, a black figure flashed by in the distance. Seeing this, Elder Jiang Fengxing angrily roared. His body flashed as he directly chased after the black figure. Could it be that Elder Jiang Fengxing has discovered Fang Chen? The 2 disciples looked at each other. They didn't chase after Elder Jiang Fengxing because their speed couldn't outrun him. Just as the 2 of them were speaking, Fang Chen suddenly and noiselessly appeared behind them. When the 2 of them sensed that someone had appeared, they instantly turned around. When they saw Fang Chen, they were incomparably shocked. "Fang Chen, why are you here?" one of the disciples asked in a gloomy voice. "Fang Chen, my general clan was looking for you. I didn't expect you to actually dare to appear," the other disciple said. Fang Chen sneered. His wrist shook and the hidden star sword flashed. The 2 disciples were directly killed by Fang Chen. After doing all this, Fang Chen didn't leave. Instead, his eyes flickered as he stared ahead. Not long after, Elder Jiang Fengxing returned. He had just chased after the black figure, but after chasing for a while, he discovered that the black figure had already disappeared without a trace. He returned with a face full of displeasure. "I wonder who that black figure was." Elder Jiang Fengxing didn't even think about Fang Chen. He had returned to find the 2 disciples, but when he returned, he discovered that the 2 disciples had already lost their vitality. Damn it! Who did this? Elder Jiang Fengxing was extremely angry as he roared. "Elder Jiang Fengxing, I trust you have been well since we last met." Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he appeared in front of Elder Jiang Fengxing. "Fang Chen, it's you." Elder Jiang Fengxing saw Fang Chen, his eyes were cold as he roared in a low voice. "Yes, it's me," Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, you brat, you are really lucky. You were seriously injured by the family leader, But you didn't die. But after meeting me, there is no need for you to continue living. Elder Jiang Fengxing's face was full of a cold smile as he said coldly. The reason I appeared was to reap your life, Fang Chen said softly. Elder Jiang Fengxing's strength was considered average among all the elders of the general clan. He was only at the mid-condensing reality realm. With Fang Chen's strength, he was still able to deal with him. Shameless boasting. Brat, you are dead. Elder Jiang Fengxing sneered. Crash. As soon as Elder Jiang Fengxing's voice faded, a wild aura suddenly spread out from his body. Then, a giant rock appeared above Elder Jiang Fengxing's head. As soon as the giant rock appeared, a wild wind appeared around it. The materialized giant rock spread its wings and soared into the sky. When Elder Jiang Fengxing released his giant rock, Fang Chen also released his giant golden sword. When Fang Chen released his giant golden sword, the giant rock above Elder Jiang Fengxing's head actually trembled slightly. Go die! Elder Jiang Fengxing roared. He activated all the power in his body and directly merged it with the giant rock. The giant rock's body was instantly surrounded by a wild power. Then, the giant rock spread its wings and directly left Elder Jiang Fengxing's body, attacking Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen fully activated his mid-condensing body sword body. A wild sword intent instantly spread out from his body and entered the hidden star sword. The giant golden sword above his head was constantly absorbing the wild sword intent. At this moment, the golden heart was also resonating with the giant golden sword. After displaying the phantom sword art, Fang Chen also displayed the Great Luo Soul Killer Flame. The complete Great Luo Soul Killer Flame was extremely powerful. Together with the phantom sword art, it whistled out. This was the first time that Fang Chen had displayed his full strength. He didn't use his full strength when facing the younger generation. Boom! A series of deafening noises came from the sky as countless towering trees fell to the ground one after another. Kid, you're dead. Elder Jiang Fengxing was very confident in his giant rock. When he saw the giant rock spreading its wings, a wild wind appeared around it. Elder Jiang Fengxing's face was full of smiles. The first thing that came into contact with the giant rock was Fang Chen's spirit flame. The powerful spirit flame hit the giant rock's body, causing it to stagnate for a moment. However, the giant rock's incomparable power was too tyrannical. It only paused for a moment before it directly shattered the spirit flame and whistled towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! At this moment, the countless illusory swords formed by the phantom sword art also appeared in front of the giant rock. Howl! The giant rock flapped its wings and a wild energy directly hit the illusory swords. Elder Jiang Fengxing thought that the illusory swords would be easily shattered. However, when the illusory swords pierced through the energy and pierced the giant rock's body, his expression changed slightly. Crack! Countless illusory swords and Aja's extremely wild energy pierced the giant rock's body. Although the giant rock flapped its wings to block, it was still injured. The giant rock looked up to the sky and roared, venting its anger. However, it was actually forced to retreat in the face of the illusory swords. The giant rock flapped its wings and its body flickered. It directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. There were many illusory swords piercing its body. At this moment, the giant rock opened its mouth, wanting to devour Fang Chen. A beast will always be a beast. Fang Chen saw the giant rock open its mouth and sneered. He displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword art. The hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced the giant rock's body. Ayo! The giant rock's body was constantly struggling after being pierced by the hidden star sword. Its eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Elder Jiang Fengxing felt the giant rock's energy weakening. His expression changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily. The giant rock was his Dharma idol and also his strongest attack. If something happened to the giant rock, he would be severely injured. Kid, you're courting death. Elder Jiang Fengxing decisively made his move, wanting to share some of the damage for the giant rock. Poochie. Fang Chen's palm exerted force and the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced the giant rock's body. Chapter 500. The great rock spread its wings, drawing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A wild aura surrounded the great rock, making it seem like the overlord of the sky. However, when Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the great rock's body, the aura around the great rock dissipated. Roar! The great rock let out a furious roar, its entire body trembling. The power contained in the hidden star sword was too overbearing, causing the great rock to feel endless pain. Great rock! Elder Jiang Fengxing, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Because at this moment, he discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi in his qi sea was tumbling, and the great rock was collapsing. No! Jiang Fengxing roared furiously as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Every condensing reality realm martial artist knew what it meant when the Dharma idol collapsed. The Dharma idol was the most important attack method of a condensing reality realm martial artist. Once the Dharma idol collapsed, their strength would be extremely weak. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. The great rock, who was originally incomparably powerful, as if it wanted to swallow heaven and earth, now seemed incomparably weak. In just a few seconds, the wild aura around the great rock disappeared without a trace. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword was suddenly pulled out of the great rock's body. The spiritual qi on the great rock's body was like a flood, instantly flowing away without a trace. At this moment, the great rock's body was continuously collapsing and retreating. When the great rock's body retreated to Elder Jiang Fengxing's side, it instantly disappeared with a bang. When the Dharma idol collapsed, a painful expression appeared on Elder Jiang Fengxing's face, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He had never imagined that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. I can't accept this. Elder Jiang Fengxing discovered that his strength was weakening. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Once his strength was completely weakened, he would die at the hands of Fang Chen. Suddenly, Jiang Fengxing realized that he was about to die. He took out his communication jade pendant from his interspatial ring, intending to spread the news to everyone in the general family. However, the moment he took out the jade pendant, Fang Chen's hidden star sword flashed and the jade pendant fell to the ground with a thud. Fengxing's hand was instantly cut off by Fang Chen. Fengxing let out a miserable shriek. His broken palm was bleeding profusely, and his aura was extremely weak. Die! Fang Chen's mind moved, and the huge golden sword above his head suddenly emitted a wild aura, which was integrated into the hidden star sword. Then, the sword pierced towards Jiang Fengxing. Jiang Fengxing tried his best to dodge, but he simply couldn't avoid Fang Chen's hidden star sword. His eyes were ashen as he glared at the communication jade pendant at his feet. His heart was filled with rage. Ah! Jiang Fengxing let out a furious roar as his body fell limply to the ground. Then, he lost all signs of life. Fang Chen withdrew the star-concealing sword, and then executed the concept of fire to destroy the corpse and erase all traces. The entire general family was in the Sky Beast mountain range. Since they wanted to take revenge, they couldn't be allowed to get the news ahead of time. After killing Jiang Fengxing, Fang Chen continued to search for the rest of the general family's martialists. During the next few days, the disciples of the general family kept disappearing. At first, the general family hadn't noticed. However, after a few days, the elders of the general family started to disappear one by one. This made the general family more vigilant. Family head, recently, the elders and disciples that we sent to search for Fang Chen have mysteriously disappeared. An elder's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Have you found their corpses? Asked the family head coldly. The family head was currently in front of a strange vein of ore. Many days had passed, but many martialists were still unable to do anything about this strange vein of ore. As long as a martialist entered, they wouldn't be able to leave. In the end, no martialist dared to rashly enter it. The general family's people were also in front of the strange vein of ore, trying to think of a solution. However, when the family head heard the elder's report, his expression changed slightly. He immediately asked, "Just who is hunting down our general family's people?" "Family head, could it be Fang Chen?" asked the elder softly. The patriarch shook his head slightly and denied this. He said, "Even if Fang Chen is still alive, His strength is not enough to kill an elder of our general family. To be able to kill an elder of our general family without anyone noticing, it must have been done by cultivators from other sects. We don't seem to have any enmity with any other sect, said the elder. After thinking for a moment, the family head listed a few suspects. He said, back on the Divine Blade Mountain, when our general family tried to deal with Fang Chen, Qin Yarrow of the Qin family stepped forward. Even Zhu Yang stepped forward. With the strength of the two of them, it is very easy for them to kill the elders of our general clan, the general clan's clan head continued. Family head, are you suspecting the two of them? Asked the elder. The family head nodded. He then said, pass down the order. Tell the elders to stay together at the very least. Don't act alone. The disciples must follow the elders. If it was any other time, the family head would definitely personally go to find the culprit after such a huge matter. However, the most important thing right now was the strange vein of awe. He didn't have the time to be distracted. Understood. The elder nodded and went to pass down the order. 6 or 7 days had already passed. Fang Chen had killed close to 100 disciples of the general family. Even 5 elders had been slain by Fang Chen. This was definitely an extremely great loss to the general family. Today, Fang Chen was still secretly searching for cultivators from the general family in preparation to assassinate them. However, after searching for a very long time, Fang Chen discovered 3 groups of targets. However, he did not make a move on any of them. This was because there were at least 2 or more elders in each of the 3 groups. Fang Chen did not have much confidence, so he did not make a move. Just like that, Fang Chen searched for an entire day without finding anything. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the general family seemed to be aware of his actions. They had already begun to take precautions. As a result, Fang Chen's assassination attempt was unable to continue. It's a waste of time here. Let's go to the strange vein of awe first. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. The elders of the general family gathered together. Even the disciples followed the elders closely. Fang Chen did not have a chance to make a move, so he decisively withdrew from this place. After about 6 hours, Fang Chen arrived in front of the strange vein of awe. However, he was hiding in the dark. In the depths of the Sky Beast mountain range, there was a strange vein of awe. This vein of awe was covered in weeds. In front of everyone was a cave. From this cave, one could vaguely see the situation of the vein of awe. What kind of awe is this? Fang Chen hid in the dark and saw the situation of the vein of awe at a glance. The entire cave was pitch black, but he could vaguely see a large number of strange awe veins not far from the cave. These awe veins were golden in color. Fang Chen had never seen such an awe vein before. He had not even read about it in books. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Hey! How can there be such an awe vein in such a remote place? Ancestor Bronze was puzzled as the python sword trembled in the interspatial ring. Ancestor, do you know about this awe vein? Fang Chen's face was full of joy when he heard Ancestor Bronze's words. Of course I do. This is a purple crystal awe vein, Ancestor Bronze said. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of a purple crystal awe vein. He was a little puzzled. Back when I was at my peak, I didn't even care about this kind of awe vein, Ancestor Bronze said proudly. Ancestor, what's the use of this awe vein? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. This purple crystal awe vein is considered relatively rare in the ancient Sword continent. It's considered a good awe vein for you, Ancestor Bronze said. After listening to old Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. Purple crystal was a type of ore that was of a higher grade than spirit stones. This type of ore contained a vast amount of spiritual qi, and its value was much higher than spirit stones. Spirit stones were the currency of the ancient Sword continent, while purple crystal ores were the common currency of the outer realms. Furthermore, martial artists could use purple crystal ores to cultivate. Purple crystal ores not only contained boundless spiritual qi, but also purple crystal qi. The purple crystal qi was extremely important to martial artists. Of course, condensing reality realm martial artists were unable to absorb purple crystal qi. But once they reached the spirit vortex realm, They could open up a spirit vortex in their chi si and absorb purple crystal chi. If they could absorb enough purple crystal chi, their spirit vortex would be much larger than an ordinary martial artist's. Purple crystal ores are actually the common currency of the outer realms. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had never imagined that he would find the currency of the outer realms here. Right now, Fang Chen was only in the Nanling land. Compared to the outer realms, this was a tiny place. He was still a long way from the outer realms. However, he had come into contact with the common currency of the outer realms. These martial artists are really stupid. There are purple crystal beasts in every purple crystal or vein. Their bodies are made of purple crystal ores and they are very powerful. If a martial artist recklessly enters a purple crystal or vein, they will definitely be eaten by the purple crystal beasts. Ancestor Bronze sneered when he saw the numerous martial artists standing in front of the purple crystal or vein. Are the purple crystal beasts very powerful? Fang Chen asked. They are covered in purple crystal ores. Their hardness alone is not something an ordinary condensing reality realm martial artist can break. Even if they stand there motionless and let them attack, they will not be able to harm the purple crystal beasts. Ancestor Bronze said. Then how do we enter? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Chapter 501. Back then, Ancestor Bronze had stood at the peak of the entire ancient sword continent. Although he had never been to the outer realms, he had heard of some legends about them. He even had some understanding of the outer realms. Back then, Ancestor Bronze could cause the entire ancient sword continent to tremble with a single stomp of his foot. Furthermore, he had said that he didn't even care about violet crystals back then. Although violet crystals were items from the outer realms, Ancestor Bronze had naturally seen a lot since he could stand at the peak of the ancient sword continent. A mere violet crystal mine won't be a problem for me, said Ancestor Bronze confidently. He then told Fang Chen to directly enter the violet crystal mine. As for the specifics, they would have to wait until they entered. Right now, he definitely couldn't openly enter the violet crystal mine. This was because there were a large number of cultivators in front of the mine, as well as members of the general family. If he appeared, he would definitely attract the attention of the general family. I'll take advantage of the fact that they aren't paying attention to enter, thought Fang Chen. Following that, Fang Chen formed a plan in his head. At this moment, there were many cultivators in front of the violet crystal mine, led by the head of the general family. Head of the general family, you're the strongest here. Do you have any ideas? Asked a cultivator. That's right. Head of the general family, there seems to be a very powerful existence in this strange mine. Cultivators will definitely die if they enter. There's nothing we can do. Head of the general family, do you recognize this mine? The head of the general family shook his head slightly. Although he had seen a lot, he really didn't recognize this mine. If there's really no other way, we can only force our way in, said the head of the general family after a moment of thought. When they heard the general clan head's words, a helpless expression appeared on the faces of many cultivators. About an hour later, the head of the general family finally made his decision. They would force their way in. Everyone, there's nothing we can do here. Since that's the case, why don't we try to force our way in and see what's in this mine? The head of the general family looked around and said loudly. Hearing this, many cultivators supported the general family head's words. Not long after, everyone reached a consensus and prepared to enter. The general family took the lead and entered the mine. The other cultivators followed closely behind. Soon, there was no one left outside the purple crystal mine. At this time, Fang Chen calmly walked out from his hiding place. These fools, Fang Chen sneered as he glanced at the entrance of the cave. Then, he walked into the purple crystal mine. After entering the cave, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he looked for a crevice and slipped into it to hide. After about a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen vaguely heard miserable cries and the fluctuations of a battle. Immediately after, countless warriors escaped from the mine in a sorry state. Too powerful, those things are too powerful, a warrior shouted loudly. Soon, the people from the general family also escaped in a completely battered and exhausted manner. At this moment, The general family's family head was completely battered and exhausted. Anger filled his face. This time, when they had forced their way in, not only had they failed to enter the depths of the mine, but they had also been attacked by some mysterious life forms. Those mysterious life forms' defenses were too strong. They were unable to break through their defenses, causing many disciples to die. Many of the general family's disciples had also died in the mine. The life forms in the mine are too dangerous, said a warrior. Family head, what should we do? Asked the general family elder softly. The head of the general clan pondered for a moment, before he said, "This mine is extremely dangerous. Our general clan alone will not be able to enter it. Let's leave this place first and find other factions to join forces with us to explore this mine." After the family head made his decision, the general family's people all left. A few minutes later, there was no one left in front of the purple crystal mine. All the warriors had left. At this time, Fang Chen came out of the crevice and silently entered the mine. "Old ancestor, what should I do if I encounter an amethyst beast?" asked Fang Chen. He was also a bit flustered. The amethyst beast was too strong. Even the general family's family head had fled miserably. If he faced it head-on, there was no way he could survive. "Just follow the path I gave you," said Ancestor Bronze. At this time, there was a mental map in Fang Chen's mind. There were some complicated images on this map, and within those images was a red line. Fang Chen followed the red line and moved forward quickly. After entering the mine, Fang Chen discovered that there were many forks in the path. If an ordinary warrior entered, even if they didn't encounter an amethyst beast, they would still get lost. Fortunately, with Ancestor Bronze's guidance, he surprisingly didn't encounter any amethyst beasts along the way. Furthermore, he smoothly reached the depths of the purple crystal mine. "This path is very safe." Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He had already reached the depths of the purple crystal mine. "Of course. How could I possibly be wrong when I gave you directions?" Old Ancestor Bronze said proudly. "Old Ancestor, how do you know this path?" asked Fang Chen doubtfully. "The places where amethyst beasts appear usually have a large amount of amethyst stones. I just checked, and there are almost no amethyst stones on this path. It's all large stones, so it's relatively safe," said Ancestor Bronze. At this time, Fang Chen was in the depths of the purple crystal mine. There was a relatively flat ground here, and the space was slightly larger. In front of Fang Chen was a flat wall. Surrounding it were some uneven walls. As Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly saw two stones emitting a purple light on the uneven walls. "So these are violet crystals?" asked Fang Chen when he saw the two stones. "Yes, these are amethyst stones," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen could clearly sense that these amethyst stones contained a huge amount of energy. As expected of amethyst stones. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Following that, Fang Chen went over to the two amethyst stones. He took out the hidden star sword and slashed at the wall. It didn't take long for him to dig out the two amethyst stones. When he placed the amethyst stones in his hand, Fang Chen felt an invisible aura enter his body. "How comfortable," whispered Fang Chen. Suddenly, the golden heart began to tremble. Following that, a large amount of amethyst stones in Fang Chen's hand began to emit a large amount of amethyst stones. That amethyst chi rapidly entered Fang Chen's body before being devoured by the golden heart. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. In the blink of an eye, the amethyst stones in his hand dimmed. They now looked like ordinary stones. "What's going on?" asked Fang Chen. "Your heart is very special. It can actually absorb amethyst chi," said Ancestor Bronze gravely. Although Ancestor Bronze had lived for a very long time and had seen many things, he didn't know anything about Fang Chen's golden heart. "That amethyst chi is amethyst chi," exclaimed Fang Chen. "These two amethyst stones can already be considered trash. They're no different from ordinary stones," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. The reason amethyst stones were amethyst stones was because they contained amethyst chi. Once that amethyst chi was completely absorbed, the amethyst stone would become an ordinary stone. Fang Chen glanced at the two amethyst stones and tossed them to the ground. "Ancestor, what should I do next?" asked Fang Chen. Although he didn't know why the golden heart was absorbing amethyst chi, Fang Chen knew that after absorbing amethyst chi, the golden heart had become much more active. Dig out more amethyst stones. The more, the better, said Ancestor Bronze. But didn't you say that any place with amethyst stones would have amethyst beasts? Asked Fang Chen helplessly. Let's go to a place with fewer amethyst stones, said Fang Chen. Following that, Fang Chen began to search for amethyst stones. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to find another place with amethyst stones. There were over 30 amethyst stones here. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and began to rapidly dig. Roughly 3 minutes later, Fang Chen had already dug out half of the amethyst stones. Just at this moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, a wild aura approached. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. This roar had come from the amethyst beast. The amethyst beast is approaching. Run, urged Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and prepared to flee. The amethyst beast was too strong. He couldn't block it, so he could only flee. However, just as Fang Chen was about to flee, the amethyst beast suddenly appeared. This was an amethyst beast that was about the same size as Fang Chen. It had 2 horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in amethyst stones. Even the amethyst beast's eyes contained amethyst stones. So this is the amethyst beast. Before the amethyst beast approached, Fang Chen sensed the powerful aura of the amethyst beast. He cursed silently. Roar. The amethyst beast roared furiously when it saw Fang Chen. Violet light erupted from its body, and it directly charged at Fang Chen. Run! Fang Chen shouted and directly fled. However, this amethyst stone mine was the amethyst beast's territory. With the help of amethyst stones, their speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the amethyst beast appeared behind Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of despair. Phantom sword technique. Since he couldn't escape, it was better to fight. Maybe there was a glimmer of life. Bang! Fang Chen displayed the phantom sword technique and suddenly turned around. The hidden star sword slashed at the amethyst beast's body. Sparks flew, but the amethyst beast was unscathed. This defense is too strong. Fang Chen froze for a moment. The hidden star sword was fully activated and slashed at the amethyst beast, but it didn't leave a single scar. This kind of defense was beyond Fang Chen's understanding. Roar. The amethyst beast saw this human martial artist take the initiative to attack. It roared and its hooves directly stretched out, attacking Fang Chen. Chapter 502. As soon as the little mouse appeared, it directly blocked in front of Fang Chen and roared at the amethyst beast that was shooting at him. Musicals and novels. The amethyst beast saw a palm-sized little mouse roaring at itself. It was immediately furious. It stretched out its hoof and directly stepped on the little mouse. Don't! Fang Chen saw the little mouse blocking the amethyst beast for him. His heart was full of worry and he roared. However, it was too late. The little mouse's thin body was directly stepped on the ground by the amethyst beast's big hoof. Catch-a crisp sound rang out. Fang Chen saw this scene and his heart was full of anger. The little mouse had followed him for so long. There was a deep relationship between the two. When he encountered a crisis, the little mouse stood up and watched the little mouse being trampled to death by the amethyst beast's hoof. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet, his whole body exuded a wild aura, and his killing intent was strong. Roar. Just when Fang Chen was going to fight desperately, suddenly the amethyst beast let out a scream. Its body kept retreating, and it was difficult to stabilize its body. Then, it raised its hoof to take a look. On its hoof, there was actually a wound. From that wound, pain could be felt. At this time, the little mouse's petite body stood on the ground. Its claws were constantly gesturing. There were no wounds on its body. It seemed to be talking to the amethyst beast. This is unscathed. Fang Chen saw the unscathed little mouse and was completely stunned. The amethyst beast's body was covered with amethyst stones. It was extremely hard. Even Fang Chen's star-hidden sword could not leave any wounds on the amethyst beast's body. However, The little mouse actually injured the amethyst beast's hoof. The amethyst beast's hoof stomped down. With that kind of power, even a condensing reality realm warrior would be trampled to death in an instant, but the little mouse was not hurt at all. Not only is it okay, but also let the purple crystal beast injured. What is going on? This little mouse's body is too hard. Fang Chen cried out after recovering from his shock. After spending so much time with the little mouse, Fang Chen knew that the little mouse's teeth were very hard and could crush anything. But I did not expect that the defense of the little mouse is so strong, even surpassing the amethyst beast. Too perverted. Fang Chen's face was full of shock when he saw the little mouse's claws gesturing as if he was intimidating the amethyst beast. Even though the little mouse was small, its defense shocked Fang Chen. Chirp chirp chirp, the amethyst beast looked at the little mouse angrily, but at the moment, the little mouse was also constantly intimidating the amethyst beast. Finally, after a roar, the amethyst beast was angry. Its whole body of amethyst stones emitted a bright light, and its whole body's aura soared. It savagely attacked the little mouse. When the little mouse saw this scene, it tiptoed and jumped directly on top of the amethyst beast's head. Crack in front of Fang Chen's stunned eyes, the little mouse opened its small mouth and directly bit on the horns on the amethyst beast's forehead. The horns of the amethyst beast were also completely condensed from amethyst stones. The little mouse's small mouth crunched on the amethyst beast's horns, and suddenly the amethyst beast screamed miserably. These teeth! Fang Chen looked at this scene with a stunned expression. The amethyst beast that even the patriarch of the Jiang family could not deal with was easily subdued by the little mouse. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse bit off the amethyst beast's horns. At this time, the amethyst beast made a miserable cry. The essence of the amethyst beast's whole body was all gathered in the horns. At this time, the horns were bitten off by the little mouse. The amethyst beast's body shook wildly. The amethyst stones on the body were falling rapidly. At the same time, the aura of the amethyst beast was dissipating quickly. After struggling for a while, the huge amethyst beast's body slammed to the ground and lost its vitality. The amethyst stones on the body had completely fallen. The little mouse stepped on the amethyst beast's body, raised its small head, looked at Fang Chen, and its eyes were shining. This is also okay. Fang Chen's heart was set off stormy waves. He thought that he could not resist the attack of the amethyst beast, but he did not expect that at the critical moment, the little mouse would take the lead and not only block the attack of the amethyst beast, but also kill it. The ancients said that people can't be judged by their appearance. At this moment, Fang Chen's thought was that even beasts can't be judged by their appearance. The amethyst beast's body was hundreds of times bigger than the little mouse, but it was still no match for the little mouse's teeth and was bitten to death. After a long time, Fang Chen woke up from the shock. He looked at the little mouse, and the latter grinned at him. At this time, even old ancestor Bronze could not help but sigh, and said, "This little mouse's defense is stronger than the amethyst beast. There seems to be no such mouse in the mouse race." Old ancestor Bronze was knowledgeable, but he could not recognize the race of the little mouse. Fang Chen would not know. Amazing. Fang Chen gave the little mouse a thumbs up. The latter's petite body flashed and landed on Fang Chen's shoulder proudly. Fang Chen nodded at the little mouse, and then came in front of the amethyst beast and quickly collected the amethyst stones that fell from the amethyst beast's body. After a while, Fang Chen collected all the amethyst stones. At this time, he could not help but sigh. There are hundreds of amethyst stones in the body of an amethyst beast. It would be good if I could kill more amethyst beasts. Fang Chen grinned. Through the situation just now, Fang Chen also found that the little mouse could restrain the amethyst beasts. In the future, if he encountered any amethyst beasts, he would not need to run away. Boy, the real good thing is in the amethyst beast's body. Seeing that Fang Chen was ready to leave, old ancestor Bronze reminded him. Well, what is the good thing? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. You will know when you cut it open. Old ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen came in front of the amethyst beast, took out the hidden star sword, and quickly dissected the amethyst beast's body. Because there was no amethyst stone to protect the body, the amethyst beast's body was very fragile. After a while, Fang Chen saw the amethyst beast's heart. The amethyst beast's heart was a purple stone. At first, Fang Chen thought that the purple stone was an amethyst stone, but after careful observation, he found that there was a little difference between it and an amethyst stone. The color is darker than an amethyst stone, and the amethyst qi in it seems to be much richer than an amethyst stone. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this time, old ancestor Bronze spoke. Don't guess. This is a amethyst spirit stone. Amethyst spirit stone? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. Amethyst spirit stone is a higher grade or than amethyst stone. Old ancestor Bronze explained. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he finally understood. The relationship between amethyst spirit stone and amethyst stone was the same as the relationship between mid-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones. Both were amethyst stones, but amethyst spirit stones were of a higher grade than amethyst stone. Since it was of a higher grade than amethyst stone, it naturally had more uses than amethyst stone. The reason amethyst beasts can survive is because their hearts nurture amethyst spirit stones. Old ancestor Bronze said. Amethyst spirit stones were countless times more precious than amethyst stone. Looking at the entire amethyst stone mine, there were only a few amethyst spirit stones. It really is a good thing. Fang Chen grinned. Just as Fang Chen grinned, a large amount of amethyst qi came out of the amethyst spirit stone in his hand. The purity of the amethyst qi was countless times higher than amethyst stone. Hiss. The golden heart happily absorbed the amethyst qi in the amethyst spirit stone. After a while, the precious amethyst spirit stone became an ordinary stone. Fang Chen was speechless when he saw the useless amethyst spirit stone in his hand. However, after absorbing the amethyst qi in the amethyst spirit stone, the golden heart became even more active. Fang Chen felt that his mind was exceptionally good, and his body was extremely comfortable. Such a precious amethyst spirit stone is gone just like that, muttered Fang Chen. After collecting all the amethyst spirit stones, Fang Chen's spatial ring had reached 130 amethyst spirit stones. After that, Fang Chen continued to mine amethyst spirit stones. Because he had the little mouse, Fang Chen was more daring. He casually searched for amethyst spirit stones. Furthermore, he went to places with large amounts of amethyst spirit stones. After roughly 2 hours, Fang Chen had already collected 500 amethyst spirit stones. During this time, Fang Chen also encountered 2 amethyst beasts. Under the powerful attacks of the little mouse, the 2 amethyst beasts died very sullenly. The first amethyst beast died after having its horns crushed by the little mouse. Fang Chen easily obtained an amethyst spirit stone. As for the second amethyst beast, it seemed to have realized that it could not withstand the attack of the little mouse, so it directly detonated the amethyst spirit stone in its heart. The amethyst spirit stone exploded, and the powerful force sent the little mouse flying. It crashed into the wall. Fortunately, the little mouse's physical body was strong, so there was not much of a problem. However, because of this, Fang Chen did not obtain the amethyst spirit stone. These amethyst beasts seem to have some spirituality, thought Fang Chen secretly. It became difficult to obtain the amethyst spirit stones in the bodies of the amethyst beasts. The little mouse also realized this point. It waved its claws and tried its best to tell Fang Chen that it could kill the amethyst beasts before they self-destructed. When Fang Chen saw this scene, he gently stroked the little mouse's body. Continue to collect. Fang Chen grinned. This amethyst spirit stone vein should have been used by the warriors of the Yang Tian Gate branch to cultivate. Although the Yang Tian Gate branch was destroyed, the amethyst spirit stone vein was preserved. After old ancestor Bronze's exploration, he discovered that although the amethyst spirit stone vein was very wide, it had been mined by the Yang Tian Gate branch in the past. Therefore, the current amethyst spirit stone vein was actually an empty shell. The number of amethyst spirit stones inside was limited. If the entire amethyst spirit stone vein is mined, we can obtain about 10,000 amethyst spirit stones, said old ancestor Bronze. 10,000 amethyst spirit stones is not a small amount. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen worked together with the little mouse to collect the amethyst spirit stones very quickly. It was completely possible to mine the entire amethyst spirit stone vein. Chapter 503. Time passed by bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Fang Chen followed the guidance of old ancestor bronze and was able to find the place where the purple crystal ores were gathered easily as he collected them quickly. In these 5 days, Fang Chen had collected a total of 6,000 purple crystal ores and 3 purple crystal spirit stones. In these few days, Fang Chen did not go out to kill the purple crystal beasts intentionally. He thought of a problem. If he did not collect all the purple crystal ores before the arrival of the general family, they would definitely barge in. If he killed all the purple crystal beasts, there would be no purple crystal beasts to stop them. By then, he would be discovered by them. Therefore, Fang Chen's goal for now was the purple crystal ores. Following Fang Chen's mining, the first half of the purple crystal mine was empty without a single purple crystal ore. Right now, Fang Chen had arrived at the second half of the mine and continued mining. With the help of Little Mouse and the guidance of old ancestor bronze, it was extremely easy for Fang Chen to collect the purple crystal ores. When Fang Chen had collected about 9,000 purple crystal ores, the general family and the other forces finally arrived before the purple crystal mine. Elder Hua, this mine is extremely unique. I feel that the ores within are definitely extraordinary. Before the purple crystal mine, the family head of the general family chuckled. Elder Hua sensed for a moment before revealing a smile on his face. Judging from the aura that is being emitted from the mineral vein, this mineral vein is extremely valuable. Elder Hua was a powerful elder of Fire Bull Peak. At the very least, he was much stronger than the family head of the general family. The family head of the general family had some dealings with Elder Hua in the past. Therefore, he called for Elder Hua. But there are mysterious creatures within. The defense is way too strong. We can't barge in at all. The family head of the general family frowned and said, "Send a few disciples in to take a look first." Elder Hua had just arrived and did not understand the situation. After that, a few disciples of the general family were sent into the purple crystal mine. Even though the family head of the general family was extremely displeased, he did not say anything. A minute later, the life scrolls of the disciples of the general family shattered. They had already fallen. Indeed. Elder Hua said in a low voice. Just as Elder Hua and the general family head were trying to come up with a plan, Fang Chen was luring the amethyst beast. Because of the little mouse, Fang Chen was not afraid of the amethyst beast. He quickly looked for the amethyst beast and then lured the amethyst beast. In less than half an hour, Fang Chen attracted more than 10 amethyst beasts. Because of the little mouse, Fang Chen was safe and sound, and the amethyst beasts were led by Fang Chen step by step to the front of the hole. More than a dozen amethyst beasts gathered together. They were angry. They were played by a human martial artist. Their bodies emitted a bright light and wandered around the entrance of the cave. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Fang Chen disappeared silently. At that moment, in front of the purple crystal mine, Elder Hua had finally made up his mind to enter the mine personally to check it out. General Family Head, if the both of us were to join forces, even if we were to meet with those mysterious living beings that you spoke of, we would have nothing to fear. Elder Hua said. The General Family Head pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. The strength of Elder Hua was stronger than him. If they were to meet with a mysterious living being, even if the both of them could not defeat it, they would not have to run away in a pathetic state. This was an opportunity. All right, let's go in together. The General Family Head said. After that, a group of martial artists entered the mine in a mighty manner. The General Family Head and Elder Hua were at the front. The moment they entered the mine, they could feel the wild aura. What a dense aura! Elder Hua's eyes lit up as he chuckled out. Within the mine, it was pitch black. Elder Hua and the others advanced carefully. After they had advanced for a few hundred meters, they suddenly saw a bright light up ahead. Hurry and look. There's a light up ahead. It must be the light from the mine. When Elder Hua saw that, his eyes widened. In a flash, he bolted towards the light. When the General Family Head saw that, he followed closely behind and flew over. When Elder Hua and the general family head got close to the light, they could feel a deafening roar. Not good. There's a mysterious living being. The general family head shouted out. However, it was all too late. There were dozens of amethyst beasts that had been lured here by Fang Chen. They were extremely furious and were searching for Fang Chen. To think that there would be so many human martial artists barging in. All the rage in their hearts was vented out in a single moment. The dozens of amethyst beasts let out a roar into the skies as they dashed into the crowd and started a massacre. Damn it! Elder Hua roared out as a fireball appeared in his palms. It possessed a boundless amount of power. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball bolted out at one of the amethyst beasts. Ugh! The fireball struck the body of the amethyst beast, but it did not leave a single scratch. Instead, the fireball was extinguished by the amethyst beast. At that moment, Elder Hua finally realized that something was wrong. He channeled all the power in his body and struck out at one of the amethyst beasts. Bam! The defense of the amethyst beasts was way too strong. Their entire bodies were covered with amethyst stones. To the amethyst beasts, Elder Hua's attack was no different from scratching an itch. Roar! Ignoring Elder Hua's attack, the amethyst beast roared out as its hooves struck out at Elder Hua. Bam! Elder Hua tried his best to block it. However, it was to no avail. The hooves of the amethyst beast stomped down on Elder Hua's arm, and instantly, Elder Hua's arm was smashed into smithereens. Ah! Elder Hua let out a tragic cry. He had thoughts of retreating. By the time he turned around to look, the general family head had already given up on the many disciples of the general family and had fled the place swiftly. Damn it! Elder Hua cursed out as he casually grabbed an ordinary disciple and tossed him towards the amethyst beast that was chasing after him. He then made use of this opening to leave the amethyst stone mine in a flash. After Elder Hua and the general family head had fled, these ordinary disciples became food for the amethyst beasts. Countless tragic cries reverberated throughout the entire amethyst stone mine. A quarter of an hour later, all the disciples were dead. Over 10 amethyst beasts had left the place reluctantly. Outside the amethyst stone mine, the general family head was in a wretched state. There was even a trace of blood on his arm. His face was filled with horror. How is this possible? The general family head cried out involuntarily. His head was shaking non-stop. The disciples of the general family had been completely annihilated within the amethyst stone mine. This time, the general family had suffered a huge blow. On the other side, Elder Hua was even more furious. Not only was he injured, but one of his arms had also been crippled by the amethyst beast. His cultivation base had dropped greatly. Right now, even if he were to meet an ordinary martial artist, he would not be able to defeat them. Damn it! Just what are these mysterious creatures? Elder Hua roared out. Within the amethyst stone mine, Fang Chen heard that the commotion had disappeared. He knew that the amethyst beasts had already killed them all. After that, he started mining with peace of mind. A day later, all the ores within the amethyst stone mine had been completely mined by Fang Chen. He counted the amethyst stones. There was a total of 10,000 pieces. Next, Fang Chen's target was the amethyst beasts. In any case, all the amethyst beasts had been mined. These amethyst beasts were useless. So if he directly killed them, he would be able to obtain amethyst soulstones. After that, Fang Chen began to search for amethyst beasts. Finding amethyst beasts was very simple. Fang Chen took out 10,000 amethyst stones from his spatial ring. Immediately, a wild amethyst chi spread out. In just a moment, the amethyst chi spread throughout the amethyst stone mine. Many amethyst beasts sensed the dense amethyst chi and quickly rushed over. 3 minutes later, the first amethyst beast appeared. The little mouse didn't say anything. It directly jumped onto the amethyst beast's head. With a cracking sound, it bit off the amethyst beast's horns. The amethyst beast died. After the amethyst beast died, Fang Chen put away the amethyst stones. Then he dissected the amethyst beast's corpse and obtained an amethyst soulstone. After that, Fang Chen moved to another location. Because the amethyst stones attracted a large number of amethyst beasts, if all of them came at once, Fang Chen couldn't handle it alone. So he could only use this method. After a while, Fang Chen used this method to kill another amethyst beast. Of course, the amethyst beast was killed by the little mouse. He only collected the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones dropped by the amethyst beast after its death. In this way, after an hour, Fang Chen killed 10 amethyst beasts and obtained 10 amethyst soul stones. Fang Chen collected the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones happily. The number of amethyst beasts in the amethyst stone mine was also constantly decreasing. Originally, this amethyst stone mine was almost completely mined by the heaven-raising gate branch, so the number of amethyst beasts would not be too many. When Fang Chen's number of amethyst soul stones reached 50, the amethyst beasts were finally all killed by the little mouse. Now, the entire amethyst stone mine was empty. There was not a single amethyst stone. Fang Chen counted the space ring and found 15,000 amethyst stones and 50 amethyst soul stones lying quietly inside. The harvest is great. Fang Chen grinned. Although he couldn't absorb the amethyst stones at this stage, he could after reaching the spirit vortex realm. Moreover, amethyst stones were a foreign currency after all. Its preciousness was countless times higher than supreme-grade spirit stones. In the ancient Sword continent, it was definitely priceless. After collecting all the amethyst stones and amethyst soul stones, Fang Chen left the amethyst stone mine in high spirits. Not long after Fang Chen left the amethyst stone mine, Huanyo Mongols arrived. He was skilled and bold. Without hesitation, he entered the amethyst stone mine. After an hour, Huanyo Mongols came out safe and sound. "Peak Master, how was it?" an elder asked. He had received information from Elder Hua that there was a strange amethyst stone mine and there were mysterious creatures inside. After Huanyo Mongols heard the news, he rushed over personally. Hearing that, Peak Master Huanyo shook his head gently and said, "The ores inside have already been completely mined. Not a single piece is left. As for those mysterious creatures that Elder Hua mentioned, they are all dead. This place has become a piece of waste ore." Chapter 504. Following the arrival of Huanyo Mongols, the violet crystal vein had become public knowledge. But the ore inside had all been extracted. Even the mysterious life forms had all died. Everyone was guessing just who had done it. No matter how much they guessed, Huanyo Mongols led the Flaming Bull Peak's disciples out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. As for the head of the general family, he was gathering the disciples scattered throughout the Heavenly Beast mountain range. This time, the general family had suffered disastrous losses. Just the number of disciples that had died in the mine numbered in the dozens. Adding on the number of disciples that had been killed by Fang Chen, the general family only had 50 people left. Right now, the total number of disciples in the general family was less than 50. The general family's family head was incomparably furious. At this time, Fang Chen was leisurely strolling through the Heavenly Beast mountain range. He knew that the general family was still in the outer regions of the Heavenly Beast mountain range, so he was walking in the opposite direction. He was preparing to go around the depths of the Heavenly Beast mountain range and leave from the other side. After going around the violet crystal vein, the more Fang Chen advanced, the more fearful he felt. The surrounding air was filled with an extremely wild aura. That aura made Fang Chen feel a bit stifled. Just what is in the Heavenly Beast mountain range? Fang Chen wondered. The violet crystal vein had been extremely important to the original branch of the heaven-raising gate. To be able to place a violet crystal vein in the Heavenly Beast mountain range meant that the Heavenly Beast mountain range wasn't as simple as Fang Chen had imagined. "Let's leave this place quickly," Fang Chen thought to himself as he increased his speed and moved forward quickly. However, roughly 15 minutes after Fang Chen had walked, a demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of him. That demonic beast's appearance was exactly the same as the amethyst beast. "What kind of demonic beast is this?" Fang Chen cried out. "This kind of demonic beast is exactly the same as the amethyst beast. The only difference is that its defense isn't as strong as the amethyst beast's. Be careful, its weakness is in its abdomen," whispered the bronze ancestor. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and vigilantly looked at the demonic beast. The demonic beast was also furiously glaring at Fang Chen. Roar! The demonic beast roared at the sky and attacked Fang Chen. The 5th level of the Phantom God Sword Art. Fang Chen brandished the hidden star sword and launched his strongest attack. Countless illusory swords rapidly shot towards the demon beast in the void. At the same time, the little mouse also appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder and chirped incessantly. Bang! Countless illusory swords attacked the demonic beast's body, but they only left a slight sword mark. This shocked Fang Chen. The defense of this monster is not as strong as the amethyst beast, but it is not weak. Ha ha ha, here I come. At this moment, the Banxianshu laughed wildly and appeared from the special space ring. After the Banxianshu absorbed the little mouse's blood, it had been sleeping and transforming. Now, it was finally done. Try the power of my branches and leaves. The Banxianshu appeared and grinned at the little mouse. Then, the trunk shook and the branches and leaves instantly grew long, directly surrounding the demonic beast. With a pull, the branches and leaves wrapped around the demonic beast. Fang Chen found that the Banxianshu's branches and leaves had changed from the previous yellow to the current dark yellow. When the Banxianshu's branches and leaves wrapped around the demonic beast, the branches and leaves changed color again. Red. The red branches and leaves were like blood, tightly wrapped around the demonic beast. The Banxianshu laughed loudly. Sure enough, it's a lot stronger. The Banxianshu was very happy. After this transformation, it was one step closer to the immortal tree, and its strength was stronger. The branches and leaves were extremely tough and wrapped around the demonic beast. The latter kept struggling, but it could not break free. The little mouse and the Banxianshu had a tacit understanding. Seeing the Banxianshu's strength, the little mouse jumped onto the demonic beast that was wrapped by the Banxianshu's branches and leaves. Then, it came to the demonic beast's abdomen, opened its small mouth, and directly bit the demonic beast's abdomen. Roar! An angry voice came out from the demonic beast's mouth. The little mouse's teeth were extremely hard. It could even break the horns of the amethyst beast, let alone this demonic beast. After being bitten by the little mouse in the abdomen, the demonic beast's aura quickly dissipated. The demonic beast's struggle became weaker and weaker, and the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu also wrapped around the demonic beast. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. Such a powerful demonic beast, he did not need to do it himself. The Banxianshu and the little mouse could cooperate to kill it. The demonic beast's struggle became weaker and weaker. Blood kept flowing out of its abdomen, and its aura dissipated. Finally, with a roar, the demonic beast died. Seeing the demonic beast die, the little mouse nodded with satisfaction. The Banxianshu also retracted its branches and leaves, and the red branches and leaves returned to their original color. Brother Mouse, our cooperation is getting better and better. The Banxianshu came to the little mouse's side and said with a smile. The little mouse nodded and looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had nothing to say, and gave a thumbs up. The demonic beast's strength was at least at the peak of the 8th condensing reality realm, but it was surrounded by the little mouse and the Banxianshu, and it did not even have a chance to fight back. With the two of them working together, they would not be afraid of an early 9th condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen thought to himself, his face full of smiles. The Banxianshu and the little mouse were his companions. They were powerful, so Fang Chen was naturally happy. However, in Fang Chen's heart, he was even more eager to improve his strength. Being surpassed by the little mouse and the Banxianshu always made him feel a little awkward. Brother Mouse, I find that you are getting more and more powerful. You are indeed my idol. I will follow you for the rest of my life. The Banxianshu flattered the little mouse. Fang Chen rolled his eyes, but he was already used to it. Ever since the Banxianshu absorbed the little mouse's blood, it suddenly became the little mouse's follower, and would always flatter the little mouse. Brother Mouse, I am about to become an immortal tree. With me as your follower, you will have a lot of face when you go out in the future, right? The Banxianshu laughed evilly. The little mouse looked at the Banxianshu with a faint smile. It stretched out its little paw, as if it wanted to give the Banxianshu some blood. Seeing this scene, the Banxianshu was very excited, and said, Brother Mouse, you are the best. When I become an immortal tree, I will use my branches and leaves to build a small house for you. I will serve you well." The Banxianshu flattered while staring at the little mouse's paw. The little mouse's face showed a trace of a sly smile. When its paw reached the Banxianshu's body, it suddenly pulled back. Then, it laughed and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. "Brother Mouse, you can't do this to me." The Banxianshu knew that it was being played, so it felt wronged and shouted loudly. After killing this demonic beast, Fang Chen continued to move forward. The more he moved forward, the more he felt that the Sky Beast mountain range was strange. So oppressive. Although he didn't encounter any demonic beasts, the aura in the Sky Beast mountain range made Fang Chen feel very strange. Fang Chen wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, so he sped up. The Banxianshu moved quickly, while the little mouse sat on the Banxianshu's branches. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a wave of spiritual energy. He squinted and turned his head to look, but found that there was nothing in front of him. He continued to move forward, but after a few steps, he felt another wave of spiritual energy. What the hell is it? Fang Chen's face was full of solemnity. He didn't have the slightest bit of relaxation as he looked around vigilantly. After looking around, he didn't find anything. The more it was like this, the more depressed Fang Chen felt. He finally felt that someone was peeping at him, but he couldn't detect it. What the hell is in the Sky Beast mountain range? Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this time, even the little mouse and the Banxianshu became solemn. Sitting on the Banxianshu's branches, the little mouse's eyes turned and looked around. A purple light escaped from its eyes. The Banxianshu's branches and leaves opened. At the top of the branches and leaves, the dark yellow branches and leaves had turned blood red. This was the Banxianshu's battle state. "This place is too strange. Even I feel a sense of dread," the Banxianshu said. "Who?" As soon as the Banxianshu's voice fell, Fang Chen suddenly heard the sound of crying. These crying sounds were near and far, which made Fang Chen's face change greatly. "Who is crying?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean? Why can't I hear someone crying?" The Banxianshu heard Fang Chen's words and was puzzled. "You can't hear it?" Fang Chen was even more shocked. Was he the only one who could hear the crying sounds that were near and far? "I can only feel the pressure. I can't hear the crying sounds at all." "Is there something wrong with your ears?" the Banxianshu said. At this time, Fang Chen's face was extremely solemn. From time to time, he heard the crying sounds, which seemed to be telling him something. Chapter 505. Fang Chen stood in an open space, surrounded by dense towering trees. Gusts of chilly wind blew past, and the branches and leaves of the towering trees made a hissing sound. The entire Sky Beast mountain range was extremely terrifying. The little mouse stood on the branches of the Banxianshu, its face extremely serious. Its eyes flickered, as if it was thinking about something. At this moment, Fang Chen could vaguely hear some sobbing sounds that were both near and far. These sobbing sounds contained an ancient aura and even a hint of sadness. What's going on? Fang Chen looked at the Banxianshu, which indicated that it could not hear the weeping sounds at all. Even the little mouse shook its head, unable to hear the weeping sounds. Whoosh whoosh, the surrounding air became more and more oppressive. Fang Chen moved forward with difficulty. The more he moved forward, the clearer the weeping sounds he could hear. Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. His eyes flickered, and his soul escaped from his body. He constantly looked around, but could not see anything. "I can only move forward." Fang Chen thought for a moment, and then said. The weeping sounds were very strange, and made Fang Chen's scalp tingle. However, he did not find anything, and did not dare to stay here. He could only move forward. The Banxianshu followed behind Fang Chen. It seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Its branches and leaves opened, and the dark yellow branches and leaves instantly turned bright red. It was ready to attack at any time. The little mouse, standing on the Banxianshu, emitted a purple halo around its body. It was also ready to attack at any time. Fang Chen moved forward step by step. Things had already reached this point, and he had no other choice. However, after thinking for a moment, as long as he did not meet an extremely powerful person, Even if he met a LV9 condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid. The little mouse and the Banxianshu worked together, and their fighting power was very amazing. This was one of Fang Chen's trump cards. Whoosh whoosh. After walking for 3 minutes, Fang Chen found it difficult to even move. The surrounding chilly winds kept blowing and battering his face. What a strange wind. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. When Fang Chen came out of the purple crystal vein, there was no sign of it. But now that he was here, the cold wind was very wild, blowing on his face, making him feel incomparable pain. They weren't far from the exit of the Sky Beast mountain range, but Fang Chen found it difficult to move forward. He wanted to take a step forward, but he realized that he was powerless. What the hell is going on? Fang Chen said in a low voice. He stimulated his sword body, and a wild sword intent surrounded his body. The star-hidden sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke up. There are vengeful spirits here. Fang Chen hurriedly asked, Old Ancestor, did you also hear the crying? Ancestor Bronze said, I heard it. This is the cry of a vengeful spirit. She seems to have died here unjustly. You have to be careful. As soon as the words left Patriarch Bronze's mouth, a wild, sinister wind blew in from the front. Fang Chen activated his sword body, causing a wild sword will to surround him. Bang! Even so, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body when the chilly wind blew on his body. When the chilly wind blew, Fang Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with horror. This was because there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on a small hill not far in front of him. The chilly wind was coming from this skeleton. Fang Chen thought about what Ancestor Bronze had said. He felt that this skeleton should be the vengeful spirit that Ancestor Bronze had mentioned. Judging from its appearance, it should have been a woman when she was alive. At this moment, the cries that came from near and far became ear-piercing. The cries came from the skeleton. Fang Chen discovered that there was a rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head. This battle blade was connected to the skeleton's head. It's a disciple of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch, said Ancestor Bronze. A disciple of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He looked at the skeleton on the small hill in front of him in shock. It had been many years since the destruction of the Heaven-Raising Gate branch, but the skeleton of this Heaven-Raising Gate disciple was still intact. Do you see the battle blade above her head? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded. I see it. That is her Dharma idol when she was alive, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was shocked. The rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head was the Dharma idol of this woman when she was alive. How was that possible? When a cultivator dies, shouldn't their Dharma idol collapse? Why didn't her Dharma idol collapse? Why did it solidify and turn into a rusty battle blade? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Ancestor Bronze seemed to understand a lot. He slowly said, because the Heaven-Raising Gate has a secret technique to nurture Dharma idols. This secret technique allows the disciples of the Heaven-Raising Gate to have their Dharma idol materialize once they cultivate to a certain realm. Even if they die, their Dharma idol won't collapse. Instead, it will materialize and accompany them, continued Ancestor Bronze. After hearing Ancestor Bronze's explanation, Fang Chen was completely shocked. The secret technique of the Heaven-Raising Gate to nurture Dharma idols? Fang Chen looked at the rusty battle blade above the skeleton's head. His heart was filled with shock. He slowly walked over to the skeleton. Just as Fang Chen was about to reach the skeleton, a wild yin wind came out of the skeleton's body and wrapped around Fang Chen. This sudden change didn't give Fang Chen any chance to fight back. He was wrapped up by the yin wind. In the next moment, Fang Chen sensed an invisible aura burrowing into his mind. It seemed to be attacking him. What is this? Fang Chen cried out. This is her vengeful spirit. When she died, she must have been framed by a traitor. That's why her vengeful spirit hasn't dissipated. It has persisted until now, said Ancestor Bronze. What can I do? Asked Fang Chen. The vengeful spirit had entered his mind and was destroying his soul, causing his heart to palpitate. If he did not stop it, His soul would be completely destroyed by the vengeful spirit. Her vengeful spirit is filled with rage. She needs to vent. If you want her to stop attacking you, you have to promise to take revenge for her, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen instantly understood what Ancestor Bronze meant. He stared at the skeleton and roared, I know you've been wronged. Tell me and I'll take revenge for you. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crying in the air disappeared. The vengeful spirit that had entered Fang Chen's mind also vanished. Then Fang Chen sensed a will burrowing into his mind. Then a clear voice rang out. Sword King. Those two words entered Fang Chen's ears. There seemed to be a hint of joy in that voice. Sword King, your enemy is the Sword King, asked Fang Chen. Hearing that, the rusty blade on the skeleton's hand shook. Then it moved toward Fang Chen, as if it was telling Fang Chen something. I'll take revenge for you. Fang Chen nodded. However, I need to know your story. As soon as Fang Chen finished his sentence, the eerie wind surrounding him instantly disappeared. Following this, Fang Chen subconsciously reached out his hand and touched the skeleton's body. Crack! The moment Fang Chen's hand touched the skeleton shattered and its bones turned to dust. However, the rusty blade floated in the air and landed in Fang Chen's hand. At that moment, a piece of information entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen carefully read the information. After a while, Fang Chen completely understood the skeleton's grievances. The Saintess of the Heaven-Raising Gates branch. Fang Chen looked at the bones that had turned to dust and said in a low voice. The woman who had died a long time ago was actually the Saintess of the Heaven-Raising Gates branch. Back in the Heaven-Raising Gate, she was incomparably stunning. No one in the younger generation could match her. Her Dharma idol was a blade, while the Sword King's Dharma idol was a long sword. The Sword King's talent was outstanding. In the Heaven-Raising Gate, he was second only to the Saintess. However, the difference in status between them was huge. All the higher-ups were paying attention to the Saintess. The Saintess was the focus of the entire Heaven-Raising Gate's attention. At that moment, the Sword King's heart was filled with jealousy. He believed that all this glory should have belonged to him. He was unwilling to accept it. Furthermore, he didn't believe that he was any weaker than the Saintess. As time passed, the Sword King's hatred for the Saintess grew. In the end, the Sword King had the intention to kill the Saintess. Finally, one day, the Sword King found an opportunity. In the Heavenly Beast mountain range, he heavily injured the Saintess, causing her to fall. Because of this, the Saintess's heart was filled with resentment. Her resentment had always been in the bones. She wanted revenge. However, she didn't know that not long after her death, the Heaven-Raising Gates branch was completely destroyed. After understanding the news, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He held the Saintess's Dharma idol blade in his hand and sighed in his heart. If I meet the Sword King in the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, I will definitely avenge you. Fang Chen said to the blade. The Heaven-Raising Gates branch was destroyed. All the disciples, including the higher-ups, were dead. The Sword King that the Saintess spoke of was definitely dead. However, Fang Chen knew that he had just made a promise to the Saintess to let him go. If he didn't fulfill his promise, the Saintess's vengeful spirit would definitely continue to pester him. Therefore, if he encountered the skeleton of the so-called Sword King, he wouldn't mind taking revenge for the Saintess. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the rusty blade trembled for a moment before returning to its original calm state. Fang Chen glanced at the bones on the ground and felt somewhat emotional. Even someone as strong as the Heaven-Raising Gate Saintess could be plotted against. Chapter 506. In the end, Fang Chen left this place. Super fast and stable update of the novel. At this moment, the gloomy aura in the Heavenly Beast mountain range completely disappeared. The oppressive feeling also disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen held a rusty saber in his hand. The gloomy aura that he encountered along the way retreated one after another, allowing Fang Chen to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Even the powerful demonic beasts that he encountered along the way had their eyes filled with fear when they saw the rusty saber in Fang Chen's hand. They directly retreated. This is really good stuff. Fang Chen said with a grin as he played with his rusty saber. Beside Fang Chen, the Banxianshu was running with the little mouse. It looked at the saber in Fang Chen's hand and said, "Kid, your rusty saber looks pretty good. Let me play with it." Fang Chen glanced at the Banxianshu and directly ignored the Banxianshu's words. After a while, Fang Chen successfully came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. When Fang Chen came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range, his face was filled with surprise. This was because in front of him was an endless glacier. That's right, it was a glacier. The entire open plain was covered with a thick layer of ice. It was simply a glacier. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. The more he learned about the Heaven-Raising sect, the more curious he was about this sect. When he first entered the old site of the Heaven-Raising sect, Fang Chen encountered an endless sea of fire. But now, he actually saw an endless glacier. Could it be that the Heaven-Raising sect's branch uses this method to let their disciples cultivate intent? Other than this, Fang Chen couldn't think of anything else. Even Ancestor Bronze was silent. He didn't know much about the Heaven-Raising sect. Facing this endless glacier, he was silent. Fang Chen sighed slightly and directly stepped onto the glacier. When Fang Chen stepped on the glacier, he was shocked to discover that there was actually an extremely cold aura beneath the ice. This aura drilled directly into his body from the soles of his feet. So cold. Fang Chen shivered from the cold. While he was in a daze, an extremely cold aura drilled into his energy reserve and froze a lot of his liquefied spirit energy. Concept of ice. Fang Chen did not hesitate to release the concept of ice. Cold air appeared around him, and then it went into his sea of qi, confronting the extremely cold air in his sea of qi. Under Fang Chen's control, the frozen spiritual qi in his qi sea was restored to its original state after a while. Thankfully, I have the concept of ice. Otherwise, my sea of qi would have been frozen, Fang Chen thought to himself. He didn't know if the other warriors who entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate had such an encounter. As soon as the Banxianshu stepped onto the glacier, it felt the cold air. Then, without hesitation, it drilled into the special interspatial ring. The little mouse didn't seem to like the cold air either, and it followed the Banxianshu into the interspatial ring. At this moment, only Fang Chen was left on the glacier. What's at the end of the glacier? Fang Chen raised his head and looked. There was only an endless glacier, and nothing else. I'll take it one step at a time. Fang Chen's body was enveloped in the concept of ice, and he slowly moved forward. After walking for about 300 meters, Fang Chen felt that his concept of ice had reached its limit. During this period of time, the concept of ice had been absorbing the cold air above the glacier. When the concept of ice reached its limit, it couldn't absorb the cold air. Fang Chen's body was instantly invaded by the cold air. It's too cold. Fang Chen's face was filled with pain as he spoke in a low voice. The concept of ice had reached its limit, and it couldn't absorb the cold air. Unless the concept of ice made a breakthrough, Fang Chen would be frozen to death by the cold air below the glacier. This wasn't what Fang Chen wanted to see. He struggled to move forward. After persisting for another 200 meters, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyelashes were frozen. His entire body was covered in frost, and his body was constantly trembling. Fortunately, he had the sword body, which could slightly resist the cold air. During this period of time, Fang Chen also tried to use the concept of fire to resist the cold air, but it was to no avail. As soon as he used the concept of fire, it would be swallowed by the cold air. The cold air above the glacier was too dense. As long as he stood on the glacier, there would be an endless stream of cold air entering his body. I can't go on like this. His whole body was frozen, and Fang Chen's mind was a little numb. If he persisted, he would definitely faint. Once he fainted, he would undoubtedly die. Fang Chen didn't want to die. He wanted to find a way to escape. Crash. Fang Chen tried his best to lift his foot and take a step forward. However, after taking a step, his body fell directly on the glacier. Fang Chen, who had fallen on the glacier, curled up and trembled constantly. The cold air had directly entered his soul. My soul is about to be frozen. Fang Chen lost his last bit of consciousness. However, at this moment, The rusty war blade in Fang Chen's hand fell on the glacier with a bang. Hoo! Hoo! When the rusty war blade came into contact with the glacier, the entire glacier underwent a great change. Under the rusty war blade, the ice disappeared instantly, and the ground was exposed. At this moment, Fang Chen had already fallen unconscious. Hiss! Hiss! With the disappearance of this little bit of ice, the ice around the rusty war blade continued to disappear. In the blink of an eye, all the ice around Fang Chen disappeared. At this time, the cold air on Fang Chen's body also dissipated in an instant. After about a minute, the endless glacier disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a barren plain. When the glacier disappeared, the rusty war blade was covered with frost. The blade exuded an extreme cold air. If Fang Chen was awake, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the wild and extremely cold qi of the huge glacier had been completely absorbed by a small rusty saber. Even the cold air in Fang Chen's body had been completely absorbed by the rusty war blade. At this time, the soul in Fang Chen's mind was completely defrosted. His soul was recovering, and so was his sea of qi. All the functions of Fang Chen's body were fully recovered. On the barren plain, there was no cold air at all. It was as if the glacier had never appeared. However, at this time, Fang Chen was still in a coma. At this time, a few voices came from afar. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin. You have reached the early stage of the 9th condensing reality realm. You have just entered the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. When you leave, you might have already reached the spirit vortex realm. A warrior laughed. Yes, Senior Brother Lin is very talented in our Fire Bull Peak. Unfortunately, he could not get the recognition of the higher-ups and could not stand out. The old site of the Raising Heaven Gate is a chance for Senior Brother Lin. As long as Senior Brother Lin can break through to the spirit vortex realm, you will not have to look at the faces of the higher-ups of the Fire Bull Peak. Hearing the compliments of the disciples, Lin Xiao's face was full of smiles. Lin Xiao was very talented, but he could not achieve anything in the Fire Bull Peak. This made Lin Xiao hate the higher-ups of the Fire Bull Peak. He thought that they had eyes but could not see. They did not know how to find such a talented genius. However, this time, when he entered the Raising Heaven Gate, Lin Xiao coincidentally found a place of inheritance. After accepting the inheritance, his cultivation finally reached the 9th condensing reality realm. Although he was only at the early stage of the 9th condensing reality realm, it was enough for Lin Xiao. The 9th condensing reality realm was enough for him to be ranked among the top of the younger generation in the South Mountain. Even Qin Yarrow and the others were at the same cultivation level. It was just that their battle power was slightly stronger. If I become successful, I definitely won't forget you guys. Lin Xiao grinned. These disciples were all Lin Xiao's henchmen. Hearing Lin Xiao's promise, their faces were full of smiles. However, at this moment, a cultivator suddenly cried out. Look, there is someone unconscious on the plains in front. Hearing the warriors shout, Lin Xiao and the others raised their heads to look. Indeed, there was a warrior lying on the plains in front of them. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xiao said in a low voice. Then, he quickly went to Fang Chen's side. Ian, isn't he Fang Chen? Lin Xiao knew Fang Chen. He immediately recognized the person lying on the ground. He is still breathing. A disciple said. Such a strong ice qi. Another disciple said, his whole body trembling. At this moment, Lin Xiao noticed the rusty battle blade beside Fang Chen. The strong ice qi came from this rusty battle blade. Treasure. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He said excitedly. To be able to emit such a strong ice qi, this rusty battle blade must be a treasure. It must be at least a profound level weapon. Brother Lin, do you think Fang Chen fainted because of this rusty battle blade? A disciple asked. Lin Xiao nodded. He thought it was possible. This kid's luck is not bad. Unfortunately, his strength is not enough. With his strength, there is no way he can take away this rusty battle blade. Lin Xiao said with a grin. If he could get this rusty battle blade, his battle power would increase again. Brother Lin, it seems like this is the will of the heavens. This rusty battle blade belongs to you. A disciple said flatteringly. Brother Lin, give it a try. Let's see how strong this rusty battle blade is. Another disciple said. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let's kill this kid first. On the Divine Blade Mountain, Lin Xiao had learned of the enmity between Fang Chen and the general family. Now he was thinking that if he could give Fang Chen's head to the general family, he would definitely be able to get a certain reward. The general family hated Fang Chen to the bone. His head would definitely be worth quite a bit of money. Fang Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Lin Xiao sinisterly smiled. Lin Xiao extended his fist and punched at Fang Chen's head. Crash! Just as Lin Xiao's fist was about to land on Fang Chen's head, a bright red leaf suddenly wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. With a tug, Lin Xiao's fist missed. Chapter 507. When Lin Xiao saw the Banxianshu and the little mouse, his eyes flickered, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Senior apprentice brother Lin, several disciples hastily called out when they saw this scene. Spirit pet. When Lin Xiao saw the little mouse, his face was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. A mere spirit pet actually dared to block him? The little mouse didn't attract Lin Xiao's attention at all, but the Banxianshu had successfully attracted his attention. Just now, this tree used its leaves to wrap around my fist and block my attack. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Banxianshu. Senior apprentice brother Lin, could it be an immortal tree? Asked a disciple in shock. Lin Xiao shook his head. He could clearly sense that this tree didn't have any immortal qi. The immortal tree was a supreme existence. Even in the entire ancient sword continent, there was practically no immortal tree. Furthermore, the immortal tree would emit dense immortal qi, but this tree didn't emit any immortal qi. This made Lin Xiao even more certain that this tree wasn't an immortal tree. It's not an immortal tree, but it was able to block my attack. Could it be that you're a Banxianshu? As a disciple of Flaming Bull Peak, Lin Xiao was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. After thinking for a moment, he was able to determine the Banxianshu's identity. When he learned that this tree was a Banxianshu, his face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with greed. Perfect, I'll take you in too. Lin Xiao grinned. You mongrel, why don't you take a look at yourself? You're dreaming if you think you can take me in, berated the Banxianshu. Seeing that this tree could speak, Lin Xiao was even more certain that this tree was a Banxianshu. I really didn't expect that brat Fang Chen to possess a Banxianshu. But it's all for nothing, ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Xiao was extremely happy. Not only had he obtained a rusty saber, but he had also obtained a Banxianshu. This trip to the heaven-raising gate had been extremely rewarding. Mph, a mere Banxianshu. If I, Lin Xiao, can't even subdue you, how am I supposed to continue living in the southern mountain range? Sneered Lin Xiao. The heavens are blessing senior brother Lin. I didn't expect senior brother Lin to encounter a Banxianshu. If you can obtain a Banxianshu tree and use the Banxianshu's branches as a foundation to cultivate, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. A disciple congratulated Lin Xiao with a smile. Bastard, I'm afraid your efforts today will be in vain. The branches of the Banxianshu swayed as it spoke coldly. The little mouse, who was standing on top of the Banxianshu, was squeaking loudly. It was obviously very angry. Brother Mouse, let's attack together and teach this bastard a lesson, Banxianshu said as he felt Little Mouse's anger. The little mouse nodded and stretched out its little paw. A purple halo appeared around its body and an invisible aura appeared in the air. You're courting death. Lin Xiao sneered when he saw this. He clenched his fist and activated the fire concept. Suddenly, a wild flame wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. Whoosh! The flame contained an extremely wild aura. At this moment, Lin Xiao displayed the Fire Bull Peak's unique skill, the Fire Tyrant Fist. The Fire Tyrant Fist. Lin Xiao bellowed as the flames on his fists flickered continuously. Then, he threw a punch at the little mouse. In Lin Xiao's eyes, the little mouse had no value. The Banxianshu was very valuable to him. Therefore, he wanted to kill the little mouse and not hurt the Banxianshu. Crash! The Banxianshu's body swayed and blood-red branches and leaves instantly shot out. Countless branches and leaves shot towards Lin Xiao's fist. In the blink of an eye, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves had wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. It won't help. When Lin Xiao saw this, he activated the fire concept in his body. The wild flame kept swaying and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Hiss! Hiss! The Banxianshu's blood-red branches and leaves were burnt in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The Banxianshu was in great pain and shouted angrily. At this moment, the little mouse appeared in front of the burnt branches and leaves of the Banxianshu. Chirp! Chirp! The little mouse stretched out its little paw and grabbed Lin Xiao's fiery red fist. Immediately, it shared the pressure of the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu retracted its branches and leaves. The little mouse opened its mouth without hesitation and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Go to hell! Seeing the little mouse attacking him, Lin Xiao's other fist suddenly bombarded the little mouse's body. With a bang, the little mouse's body flew out and fell to the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, the little mouse's body jumped up. There was not a single injury on its body. When Lin Xiao saw that the little mouse was not injured, his eyes flashed with an extremely hot light. He was very clear about the power of his punch. Even if a warrior at the peak of the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm was hit by his punch, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, the little mouse was not injured at all after being hit by his attack. Its defense was too abnormal, right? What kind of spiritual pet is this? Why is its defense so strong? Lin Xiao thought to himself. The little mouse gestured with its paw. The Banxianshu understood and the two joined forces again. This time, the Banxianshu did not give Lin Xiao any chance. Its branches and leaves did not wrap around Lin Xiao's fist, but wrapped around Lin Xiao's body. Hiss hiss hiss. After Lin Xiao's body was wrapped by the Banxianshu's branches and leaves, he felt pain all over his body. You're looking for death. Lin Xiao was furious. He swung his fiery red fist, but at this moment, the little mouse opened its mouth and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Ah! Lin Xiao let out a miserable cry. The little mouse's teeth were too hard. Even Lin Xiao could not bear it after being bitten. At this moment, Lin Xiao threw out another punch. However, at this moment, the Banxianshu's blood-red branches and leaves wrapped around Lin Xiao's fist. Hiss hiss hiss. In an instant, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves were burnt. However, the Banxianshu was trying to buy time for the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse's small mouth quickly bit Lin Xiao's fist. When Lin Xiao's other fist broke free from the Banxianshu's binding, he was shocked to find that his fist had been crushed by the little mouse. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lin Xiao was furious. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched towards the little mouse. The little mouse leaped towards Lin Xiao's fist and appeared in front of it. It opened its small mouth and bit Lin Xiao's fist. Ah! Lin Xiao let out a miserable cry. He looked angrily at the little mouse. He wanted to attack, but his body was bound by the Banxianshu. Damn it! Lin Xiao was furious. He roared, "What are you all waiting for?" Hearing Lin Xiao's roar, the disciples began to attack the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse's body was covered in a purple halo. The little mouse's defense was abnormal to the extreme. Just as the little mouse and the Banxianshu were fighting Lin Xiao, the unconscious Fang Chen finally regained some consciousness. It hurts. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. His soul was in pain. I almost froze to death. Fang Chen said with lingering fear. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, he heard the sound of fighting. He turned his head and saw the Banxianshu and the little mouse fighting a bloody battle. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed and stood up immediately. He took out the hidden star sword and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, he felt something tripped him. He looked down and was surprised to find that it was a rusty saber. It's so cold. Fang Chen felt a strong icy aura from the rusty saber. In the next moment, he realized that the glacier had disappeared. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The endless glacier had disappeared, and so had the icy cold qi. Bang! Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the little mouse was sent flying. Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He quickly picked up the rusty battle saber and immediately felt a chill that penetrated his heart. Phantom sword technique. Fang Chen held the rusty saber in one hand and waved the hidden star sword in the other. He displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword technique. With a bang, Fang Chen's hidden star sword blocked Lin Xiao's attack. Lin Xiao took a few steps back. When he saw Fang Chen, he stopped his attack and revealed a sinister smile. Fang Chen, you are really lucky. Lin Xiao grinned. Fang Chen did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao, his heart full of anger. Fang Chen, it's useless for you to wake up. In front of senior brother Lin, you have no room to fight back, a disciple said coldly. Yes, Fang Chen, you'd better hand over the rusty saber obediently. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place, another disciple said. At this time, Fang Chen learned that Lin Xiao was actually eyeing the rusty saber. Although he did not understand why the glacier disappeared, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the disappearance of the glacier had something to do with the rusty saber. Especially when he felt the icy aura from the rusty saber, he was even more convinced. Don't even think about it. Fang Chen refused directly. Fang Chen, the rusty saber is a waste in your hands. Hand it over, Lin Xiao said. Fang Chen, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Behind Fang Chen, the Banxianshu clamored. The little mouse also stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and chattered. Although the little mouse and the Banxianshu could fight against a LV9 condensing reality realm martial artist together, Lin Xiao was after all a disciple of the Fireball Peak and was extremely powerful. It was not easy for the two of them to hold on until now. Fang Chen's mind was quickly thinking of a way to deal with this situation. With his strength, he was definitely not Lin Xiao's opponent in a one-on-one fight. At this time, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His face was full of mockery, and he said slowly, Fang Chen, hand over your rusty saber and the Banxianshu behind you. Oh, right, and your spirit pet, I also need it. Lin Xiao finished speaking and thought for a while, then said, I almost forgot the most important thing. Chapter 508. I also need your head. When Lin Xiao said this, his face was filled with a mocking smile. In his eyes, Fang Chen couldn't even withstand a single blow. As long as he wanted to, he could take Fang Chen's life at any time. Fang Chen was startled when he heard this. Then the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a complicated smile. You want my head? Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? Asked Lin Xiao. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. His actions expressed his attitude. Fang Chen put away the star-hidden sword and tightly held the rusty saber with both of his hands. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's complexion slightly changed. Soon after, he gloomily said, It seems that you won't give up until all hope is lost. Fang Chen, do you need our help? Asked the Banxianshu. Fang Chen shook his head and said, You guys step back a little. The little mouse was a little unwilling, as if it was afraid that Fang Chen would be in danger. But under Fang Chen's determined gaze, the little mouse reluctantly retreated. The Banxianshu also followed the little mouse out of the battlefield. However, the two of them were closely watching the other flaming Ox Peak disciples. If they made any strange movements, they would definitely attack immediately. Only Fang Chen and Lin Xiao were left in the battlefield. Stupid guy. Lin Xiao's face was full of ridicule as he sneered. Just a moment ago, Ancestor Bronze had transmitted a message to Fang Chen, telling Fang Chen to use the rusty saber. This was the only way they could use it at the moment. When Fang Chen was unconscious, Ancestor Bronze had personally witnessed the entire process of the rusty saber absorbing the cold chi of the entire glacier. Therefore, he firmly believed that the rusty saber wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps they could use the rusty saber to solve their current predicament. Tyrant Fire Fist. Lin Xiao once again used the Tyrant Fire Fist. Without the annoying little mouse and Banxianshu, Lin Xiao could attack to his heart's content. Die! In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with an excited smile. In the next moment, He suddenly stretched out his fiery red fist and directly bombarded Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen held the rusty saber with both hands and fiercely brandished it. At this moment, Fang Chen felt the concept of ice being sucked out of his body. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped instantly. Even the few Fire Bull Peak disciples were shivering from the cold. As soon as Fang Chen shouted, a wild frosty aura erupted from his rusty blade. As soon as this frosty aura appeared, it forcibly extinguished the flames on Lin Xiao's fist. Lin Xiao's body was instantly frozen as he cried out involuntarily. How could there be such an extreme icy aura in this world? His concept of fire had already reached the second minor boundary, but in the face of this icy aura, he actually didn't have any room to fight back. No. Lin Xiao struggled with all his might. However, he was shocked to discover that the rusty blade in Fang Chen's hand had silently pierced his body. In an instant, Lin Xiao turned into an ice sculpture and stood quietly in the wasteland. Senior brother Lin. This scene happened too quickly. The Flaming Bull Peak disciples didn't have time to react. They cried out loudly when they saw the ice sculpture. Fang Chen was extremely weak at this moment. The attack of the rusty saber had drained all the cold qi in his body. So strong. Fang Chen could clearly feel the extremely cold aura that erupted from the rusty saber. He had never seen or heard of such an aura before. However, Fang Chen didn't suffer any injuries because of the protection of the rusty saber. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. "Avenge senior brother Lin," a disciple shouted. Seeing these disciples attack, Little Mouse and Banxianshu didn't wait for Fang Chen to attack. In less than a minute, the Flaming Bull Peak disciples were all dead. "Fang Chen, this rusty saber is really powerful." Banxianshu walked to Fang Chen's side and observed Banxianshu. Until this moment, Fang Chen felt like he was in a dream. He couldn't believe that he could freeze Lin Xiao into an ice sculpture with a single attack. The rusty saber is definitely not as simple as the Saintess Dharma power. Fang Chen thought to himself. After unleashing such a shocking blow, the rusty war saber dimmed and fell into silence. There was no aura fluctuating from the saber. "It seems like it can't be used at any time," Fang Chen said with a helpless expression. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, if such a powerful rusty saber could be used all the time, it would be too heaven-defying. After all, external objects were external objects. Everything depended on oneself. After putting away the rusty saber, Fang Chen glanced at the ice sculpture and turned to leave. Lin Xiao couldn't survive being frozen into an ice sculpture. On the way, Ancestor Bronze told Fang Chen about the disappearance of the glacier. When Fang Chen heard about it, he was shocked. No wonder the rusty saber could erupt with such a strong icy aura. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. To be able to make the entire glacier disappear, this rusty saber was also very strange. However, the rusty saber had fallen into silence. If he encountered any danger, he still had to rely on himself. "I must improve my strength as soon as possible," Fang Chen said to himself. After entering the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate for so long, Fang Chen had gained a lot, but his strength had hardly improved. Therefore, the most important thing now was to improve his strength. After leaving the wilderness, Fang Chen found a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were some fruit trees. On the fruit trees, there were golden fruits. Seeing these fruits, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. It's actually the golden heron fruit. The golden heron fruit was very important to a condensing reality realm warrior. Eating the golden heron fruit could improve a warrior's cultivation. Fang Chen didn't expect that there would be a golden heron fruit tree at the end of the wilderness. "Let's go up." Fang Chen didn't even think about it and directly stepped on the mountain peak. At this time, there was a group of warriors on the mountain peak. Looking carefully at their clothes, they were the disciples of the Wu family. "Senior brother Wu Bing, there are at least 30 golden heron fruits here," a disciple said. There should have been many fruit trees on the mountain peak, but some of the fruit trees were broken and seemed to have been destroyed. There were very few fruit trees left. After carefully counting, he found that there were a total of 30 golden heron fruits. Hearing this, Wu Bing's face was full of smiles. In the Wu family, Wu Bing's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the peak of the 8th condensing reality realm. If he could eat the golden heron fruit, he might be able to break through to the 9th condensing reality realm. This was Wu Bing's opportunity. He had always been chasing after Qin Yao, but she didn't like him at all. If one day, his strength was enough to suppress Qin Yao, then the Qin family might change their view of him. Wu Bing took a deep breath, then waved his hand and said, "Pick them all." Hearing Wu Bing's words, the Wu family disciples started to step on the golden heron fruits. At this time, Fang Chen climbed up the mountain peak. When he saw the Wu family, Wu Bing also saw him. Fang Chen. When Wu Bing saw Fang Chen, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Soon after, his eyes flickered, and killing intent surged. Fang Chen glanced at Wu Bing, then his figure flashed and directly rushed towards one of the golden heron fruits. His target was the golden heron fruit, not Wu Bing. "The golden heron fruit is mine. Don't even think about snatching it," Wu Bing said coldly. Bang Wu Bing's attack was blocked by the little mouse and the Banxianshu, while Fang Chen easily obtained the golden heron fruit. After obtaining the golden heron fruit, Fang Chen revealed a trace of a smile, then continued to snatch the other golden heron fruits. Damn it! Wu Bing was furious and launched a fierce attack. However, with the cooperation of the little mouse and the Banxianshu, he was trapped and couldn't stop Fang Chen. "Kill him for me!" Wu Bing roared furiously. The Wu family disciples all gathered towards Fang Chen. Crash! When the 5th level of the Phantom Godsword art was executed, the Wu family disciples simply couldn't block Fang Chen's attack. In a short while, many of the Wu family disciples died. At this time, the remaining Wu family disciples didn't dare to rashly attack Fang Chen. This made it even easier for Fang Chen to pick the golden heron fruits. "My golden heron fruit." Seeing Fang Chen step on the golden heron fruit, Wu Bing's heart bled. In just 3 minutes, Fang Chen had all 30 golden heron fruits in his hands. At this time, Wu Bing went completely crazy. "Fang Chen, I want you dead." Wu Bing roared furiously. "Before that, you'd better save your life first." Fang Chen sneered. Then, he took the hidden star sword and walked towards Wu Bing. When Wu Bing saw this scene, he did his best to calm the anger in his heart. Although he was furious, his mind was very calm. "The little mouse and the big tree are blocking my attack. I don't have a chance to attack Fang Chen," Wu Bing thought to himself. "Once Fang Chen joins the battle, my life will be in danger." Wu Bing pondered for a moment and chose to escape. As long as there's life, there's hope. Roar! Wu Bing roared and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. He gently crushed it and a wild aura surrounded his body. Wu Bing suddenly punched out and broke free from the entanglement of the little mouse and the Banxianshu. Then, his figure disappeared. The moment Wu Bing escaped, the Wu family disciples had already escaped. "Fang Chen, I won't let you go." Wu Bing escaped and a roar was heard. Fang Chen glanced in the direction Wu Bing escaped and didn't chase after him. He cared most about the golden heron fruits. As for Wu Bing's life, he didn't care. 30 golden heron fruits were enough to raise his cultivation to the 6th condensing reality realm or even higher. At that time, even if he encountered Wu Bing, he wouldn't be afraid. "There are so many treasures in the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate," Fang Chen said. After obtaining the golden heron fruits, Fang Chen quickly left and found a secluded place to begin his closed-door training in search of a breakthrough. With the golden heron fruits in hand, Fang Chen was very confident in his breakthrough. Chapter 509. The golden heron fruit was a very magical spirit fruit, especially for condensing reality realm warriors. It was very important. Fang Chen got 30 golden heron fruits in one go. It was definitely a big harvest. At the moment, Fang Chen was in seclusion in a secluded place. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a month since the old site of the Yang Tian Gate opened. During this time, all the top sects had gained a lot. One day, on a spacious plain in the old site of the Yang Tian Gate, there was a shocking battle. The two sides were all top geniuses of the South Mountain Range. "Qin Yao, just surrender." I will use my full power, you will not be able to defeat me. Yunla said with a smile on his face. HMPH, you want me to surrender? Impossible. Qin Yarrow said in a low voice. The relationship between the Lianyun castle and the Qin family was not good. After Yunla met Qin Yarrow, he wanted to capture Qin Yarrow, so that the Qin family would not dare to attack him. However, how could Qin Yarrow allow herself to be captured without a fight? At the moment, Qin Yarrow's body was emitting a wildfire aura. The Qin family mainly cultivated fire elemental martial arts, so Qin Yarrow had a very deep understanding of the fire mentality. Qin Yarrow, do you think this is meaningful? Yunla said. Yunla was the strongest warrior of the young generation in the Lianyun castle. He had reached the 9th condensing reality realm, and stood at the peak of the young generation in the whole South Mountain land. The 13 sword techniques of the Lianyun castle was very powerful. Countless warriors in the South Mountain land were shocked. Normally, the disciples of the Lianyun castle would not use their swords. Once they did, they would use 13 swords in a row. After the 13 swords, the enemy would definitely die. Ever since Yunla mastered the 13 sword techniques of the Lianyun castle, no one in the South Mountain land could force him to use it. Because, once he used the 13 sword techniques of the Lianyun castle, it would definitely be a battle of life and death. Yunla, if we fight face to face, I might not lose to you. Qin Yarrow said coldly. Her body was emitting a fiery aura. If that is the case, then I will make you accept your defeat. Yunla said coldly. Immediately, Yunla took out his long sword, and used an exquisite sword art to fight with Qin Yarrow. Both Yunla and Qin Yarrow were the top geniuses of the southern mountain land. Their strengths were similar. After an intense battle, Yunla was still unable to defeat Qin Yarrow. However, a strange smile appeared on his face. Right now, not far from here, Wu Enai was flying at full speed. Brother Lianyun, delay Qin Yarrow. I will be there soon. Wu Enai transmitted a message. Qin Yarrow might be stronger than he estimated, but Yunla's face was filled with smiles right now. He might not be able to defeat Qin Yarrow by himself, but if Wu Enai was included, the outcome would immediately change, right? Right now, his main objective was to stall for time, and when Wu Enai arrived, it would be Qin Yarrow's doomsday. Bang bang bang, the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds before Wu Enai finally arrived. Wu Enai's figure instantly shot over. When Qin Yarrow saw Wu Enai, her charming face was filled with a grave expression. Damn it! Qin Yarrow cursed. Her fiery red fist suddenly punched out, forcing Yunla to retreat. She wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Qin Yarrow, you can't escape. Wu Enai yelled out and joined the battle. Right now, Fang Chen didn't know that there was a shocking battle in the outside world. Qin Yarrow was fighting Wu Enai and Yunla by herself, and her life was in danger. 3 days had passed, and Fang Chen had already consumed 10 golden heron fruits. However, his cultivation had yet to break through, which made Fang Chen speechless. However, Fang Chen noticed the changes in his body. He believed that it was due to the accumulation. When the body had accumulated to a certain extent, there would be a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Fang Chen continued to consume the golden heron fruits in an orderly manner. Around 5 days later, Fang Chen had consumed the remaining 20 golden heron fruits. When the last golden heron fruit was consumed, the concentrated liquefied spirit qi in Fang Chen's sea of qi was circulating wildly. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. Rumble. A sound came from Fang Chen's body. His sea of qi was constantly expanding, and the liquefied spirit qi was circulating wildly. Break through. Fang Chen let out a low shout. His aura suddenly rose, and his sea of qi was filled with a dense aura. At this moment, Fang Chen was crazily absorbing the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit. Fang Chen's cultivation also went from the early stage of the 5th condensing reality realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak stage in the blink of an eye. Bang! Under Fang Chen's gaze, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached the 6th condensing reality realm. Originally, Fang Chen thought that it would stop after reaching the 6th condensing reality realm. However, he was wrong. There was still a lot of medicinal effects left in the golden heron fruit. Fang Chen's body was still crazily absorbing the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit. At this moment, Fang Chen's cultivation was still increasing. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Good preparation? After a long time, Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 6th condensing reality realm. However, it was still increasing, and showed no signs of stopping. His sea of qi continued to expand. In just a few minutes, his sea of qi had more than doubled its original size. Hiss hiss hiss, within his sea of qi, the liquefied spirit qi was rolling. Fang Chen's cultivation was still increasing. Don't tell me I have to break through to the 7th condensing reality realm? Fang Chen thought to himself. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the medicinal effects of the golden heron fruit were completely absorbed. At this moment, Fang Chen's sea of qi finally stopped expanding. Fang Chen's cultivation also stopped at the early stage of the 7th condensing reality realm. Fang Chen checked his body in disbelief. He went from the 5th condensing reality realm to the 7th condensing reality realm in one go. It was like a dream. Is the golden heron fruit so overbearing? Fang Chen muttered to himself. How can a mere golden heron fruit raise your cultivation by 2 levels? Ancestor Bronze said. The reason why your cultivation can increase so much is because of your good preparation. Your foundation is very solid. So, as long as you find the right opportunity, breaking through will be as easy as drinking water. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen grinned and said. After his cultivation broke through to the 7th condensing reality realm, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, crazily absorbing the liquefied spirit qi in Fang Chen's sea of qi. Does the golden heart need to replenish its energy? Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen took out a purple crystal soul stone. The golden heart absorbed it in an instant. Then, the golden heart became unusually active. Fang Chen felt that the golden heart's energy was replenished in an instant. As expected of the purple crystal soul stone. Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen began to stabilize his cultivation. After about an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes again. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 7th condensing reality realm. So strong. Fang Chen stood up and felt that his body was full of energy. He lightly punched out, and suddenly, a small hill in the distance was shattered by Fang Chen's punch. Now, even if I face the top geniuses, I have nothing to fear. Fang Chen grinned and said. After reaching the 7th condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased to a terrifying level. He was very confident that even if he faced Wu Ni and the others, he would have nothing to fear. Now, as long as he didn't meet the top experts of the top sect, Fang Chen was invincible among the younger generation. It's time to go out. Fang Chen said. The reason he came to the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate was to obtain the Raising Heaven Gate's law phase nurturing secret technique. Therefore, he had to speed up. If a sect obtained it, it would be troublesome. Ever since he obtained the law phase battle blade of the Saintess of the Raising Heaven Gate, Fang Chen yearned for the Raising Heaven Gate's law phase nurturing secret technique even more. When Fang Chen came out of his hiding place, he happened to meet a group of martial artists. This group of martial artists was actually the Baron sect's disciples that he saved earlier. Fang Chen. Mo Feng saw Fang Chen with a glance and called out to Fang Chen. Then, he came to Fang Chen's side. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang, we are going to the Shark Plain. Mo Feng laughed. Brother Fang, what are you doing here? I was cultivating in seclusion and just came out. Fang Chen said. You just came out. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mo Feng realized that Fang Chen must not know what happened a few days ago. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing this, Mo Feng said, Brother Fang, many martial artists are heading to the Shark Plain now. Why? Fang Chen asked. Not long ago, there was an earth-shattering battle on the Shark Plain. It was a battle between the top youths of the southern mountain land. Mo Feng said. Who was it? Fang Chen asked. It was said that Qin Yarrow of the Qin clan, Yun Le of the Lianyun castle, and Wu Ni of the Wu clan fought. That battle was really intense, Mo Feng said. What was the result? Fang Chen frowned and asked when he heard that Qin Yarrow fought two geniuses by herself. In the beginning, Qin Yarrow was fighting with Yun Le. However, for some reason, Wu Enai appeared and joined the battle. Qin Yarrow was instantly suppressed. Mo Feng said. It was said that Qin Yarrow was covered in injuries and almost died under the attacks of the two geniuses. At the most crucial moment, she took out the trump card that the Qin clan gave her and barely escaped. However, according to some of the higher-ups of the sect, Qin Yarrow might have escaped, but her injuries were too severe. I'm afraid her life is in danger. Mo Feng continued. Chapter 510. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mo Feng said, after that shocking battle, the Qin clan was infuriated and had been searching for Wu Enai. Furthermore, the Qin clan head had spread the word that if they were to encounter Wu Enai, they would kill him without mercy. At the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate, the Wu clan's main objective was to obtain the Heaven-Raising Gate's law phase nurturing secret technique. Hence, before they obtained the secret technique, they weren't willing to start a war with the Qin clan. After all, once they started a war, even if they won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This wasn't something the Wu clan wanted to see. Hence, when they knew that the Qin clan was infuriated and was frantically searching for Wu Enai, the Wu clan chose to remain silent and secretly allowed Wu Enai to hide. As long as the Qin clan couldn't find Wu Enai, they probably wouldn't start a war with the Wu clan. Even Yun Le and Wu Enai have disappeared. Mo Feng said. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting with Mo Feng, Fang Chen planned to follow Mo Feng and the others to the Shark Plain to take a look at the battlefield. Perhaps, he might be able to find some clues from the battlefield. The current Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the condensing reality realm, and his overall strength had increased. Even if he encountered Wu Enai, he wouldn't have any fear. When he heard that Qin Yarrow was severely injured and on the verge of death, his heart was filled with anger. He might not have many interactions with Qin Yarrow, but when the Jiang clan threatened him at the Divine Saber Mountain, Qin Yarrow stood out to support him. Furthermore, there was another important reason. Someone from the Qin clan had once saved him, even though he didn't know who that person was. Following Mo Feng and the others, they soon arrived at the Shark Plain. The Shark Plain had a shape that resembled a shark. Right now, the Shark Plain was in a sorry state. It was obvious that there had been a shocking battle. Right now, there were plenty of martial artists on the Shark Plain. Some were disciples of the sect, while some were rogue martial artists. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. The Shark Plain wasn't an exception. Originally, everyone was here because of the reputation and wanted to watch the battle between the three elite prodigies. However, as more and more martial artists arrived, some of the martial artists that had grudges had some conflicts. Right now, there were some martial artists on a certain flat ground on the Shark Plain. These martial artists were the disciples of the Baron sect. The leaders were the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect. Since when did trash from the Baron sect become so confident? Opposite the Baron sect disciples, there were some disciples from the Divine Statue clan. Their faces were filled with disdain. The Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were both sects of water-leaning city. However, the Divine Statue sect was a 3-star sect, while the Baron sect was a 2-star sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Divine Statue School had always looked down on the Desolate sect. The disciples of the two sect often clashed in public, and this time was no exception. The second-ranked disciple of the Divine Statue School, Huangfu Luchuan. Huangfu Mingchuan and Huangfu Mingchuan were biological brothers. Huangfu Mingchuan was the younger brother while Huangfu Mingchuan was the elder brother. Although Huangfu Mingchuan was the elder brother, his talent was clearly inferior to his younger brother, Huangfu Mingchuan. Even so, he was still ranked second in the Divine Statue Gate. Huangfu Luchuan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. In his eyes, the Baron sect's core disciples were trash. Back in Water-Leaning City, a few of the Baron sect's core disciples had grudges with Huangfu Luchuan. Therefore, Huangfu Luchuan wanted to take revenge on them this time. Huangfu Luchuan, you've gone too far. A barren sect's core disciple said with a cold voice. I can let you go. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I, Huangfu Luchuan, will definitely let you go. Huangfu Luchuan grinned and said. Hearing Huangfu Luchuan's words, the faces of the barren sect's core disciples turned completely gloomy. Huangfu Luchuan was too domineering. They had just met and he wanted to attack the barren sect's core disciples. Moreover, he wanted to cut off one of their arms. If the barren sect's core disciples did not agree, he did not mind killing all of them. At this moment, the barren sect's core disciples were looking at Huangfu Luchuan with anger in their hearts. Huangfu Luchuan, aren't you afraid of the revenge of our barren sect's upper echelons? The core disciples roared furiously. Those old bastards from the barren sect are currently in some secret stash and have no time to leave. Therefore, don't expect them to come and save you. Even if they find out that you were killed by me, they would not dare to come and deal with me. Huangfu Luchuan sneered. With the Divine Statue School's experts as his backing, he was not afraid of the barren sect's upper echelons. You can be killed, but not humiliated. A barren sect's core disciple said with a deep voice. Hearing his words, Huangfu Luchuan did not waste any more time. He immediately said, kill the barren sect's disciples without mercy. Once Huangfu Luchuan gave the order, the numerous Divine Statue School's disciples began to unleash fierce attacks, slaughtering the barren sect's ordinary disciples. Seeing this, the 8 barren sect's core disciples attacked with all their strength, wanting to stop them. In front of me, Huangfu Luchuan, you are not even worth mentioning. Huangfu Luchuan sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of the barren sect's core disciples and began to unleash fierce attacks. The Divine Statue School had a profound cultivation technique called the Divine Statue Celestial Technique. It was said that if one could cultivate the Divine Statue Celestial Technique to perfection, their power would be extraordinary and they would be invincible within the same realm. The reason why Huangfu Mingchuan was so powerful was because he had cultivated the Divine Statue Celestial Technique to perfection. This time, he had entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate in search of an opportunity. Of course, the Divine Statue Celestial Technique that Huangfu Luchuan cultivated was slightly weaker. Even so, it was enough to deal with the barren sect's disciples. In an instant, Huangfu Luchuan and the barren sect's disciples began to fight. On the Shark Plains, the battle was extremely intense. From time to time, there would be disciples lying in pools of blood. There were countless spectators in the surroundings. At this moment, Mo Feng and Fang Chen arrived at the Shark Plains. Yeah, there's a battle up ahead. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Mo Feng raised his head and looked over. When he saw that one of the parties in the battle was the barren sect's disciples, his heart was filled with anger. Damned Divine Statue School! Mo Feng roared angrily. He immediately led the barren sect's disciples and charged into the battle. With the addition of Mo Feng, the barren sect's disadvantage was finally reversed. However, they were still being suppressed by the Divine Statue School. Brother Fang, I implore you to help us. At this moment, Mo Feng roared at Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not say anything. He only quietly looked at the numerous barren sect's disciples. Fang Chen had already left the barren sect. He did not have much to do with the barren sect. Therefore, he had no reason to help them. Seeing that Fang Chen did not help, Mo Feng continued, Brother Fang, as long as you help us, the barren sect will agree to any request you have. We can even tell you some information about the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, Huangfu Luchuan unleashed a powerful attack, causing a few of the barren sect's core disciples to retreat. The few core disciples of the barren sect suffered some injuries. As for the ordinary disciples, the number of casualties was innumerable. Damn it! The barren sect's core disciples were furious. However, they were helpless against Huangfu Luchuan. At this moment, Huangfu Luchuan stopped his attack. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the barren sect's group. Hand over your information and I can spare your lives. Originally, Huangfu Luchuan was prepared to kill them. However, after hearing Mo Feng's words, he changed his mind. Perhaps the barren sect really did obtain some information. Dream on, Mo Feng said coldly. He then looked at Fang Chen. Do you think he will help? Seeing this, Huangfu Luchuan sneered. Huangfu Luchuan had seen Fang Chen before. He knew of Fang Chen's strength. However, he did not believe that Fang Chen would dare to attack the Divine Statue School. If you want me to help, I can do that. However, I need to see the value of the information you speak of, Fang Chen said. All right. Mo Feng nodded and prepared to hand over the information. However, he was stopped by the other core disciples. Mo Feng, why do you trust this kid so much? Mo Feng, I'm afraid that this kid's strength is not as strong as ours. If you hand over the information, even if he helps, he will not be able to save us from Huangfu Luchuan's hands. Hearing the several core disciples stopping him, Mo Feng said, Do you know who he is? He was once a disciple of our Baron sect. His name is Fang Chen. After saying that, Mo Feng no longer hesitated. He took out a jade strip and handed it over to Fang Chen. Within the jade strip was a detailed piece of information. This information was obtained by chance after Mo Feng entered the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate. Originally, he wanted to hand it over to the sect. However, he had no other choice now. If he did not hand it over, the Baron sect disciples would all be annihilated. If he handed it over, there was still a chance of survival. Fang Chen received the jade strip and sent his soul into it. After a while, he opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. The information is useful to me. The deal is successful. Fang Chen said to Mo Feng with a smile. Seeing this, Mo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Since Fang Chen had agreed to help, then he should have a certain degree of confidence. How about letting go of the Baron sect disciples? Fang Chen walked in front of Mo Feng, looked at Huangfu Luchuan, and asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a wild smile appeared on Huangfu Luchuan's face. He said coldly, Fang Chen, who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me stop just because you want me to? As you can see, I have a deal with Mo Feng. I have to guarantee the safety of the Baron sect disciples. Therefore, it's best that you don't do anything. Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, hand over the jade strip obediently and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will personally kill you and then kill all the Baron sect disciples. Huangfu Luchuan said sinisterly. Huangfu Luchuan did not care about Fang Chen's threat at all. After all, in his eyes, Fang Chen was just an ant. At this moment, on the Shark Plains, many cultivators were shaking their heads. Fang Chen is too impulsive. He is no match for Huangfu Luchuan. The jade strip that Mo Feng gave to Fang Chen contains important information. I believe that Fang Chen is also after the information. It's great now. Huangfu Luchuan is also eyeing the information. That brat Fang Chen is finished. Many cultivators were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. Even the core disciples of the Baron sect were not optimistic about his chances. They blamed Mo Feng for not discussing the important information with them before taking it out to make a deal. Fang Chen did not care about these people's underestimation. He was already used to being underestimated. However, this was also good. When he defeated or even killed Huangfu Luchuan, would these people feel a burning pain on their faces? Chapter 511. Fang Chen, you stray dog. You were nearly killed by the general family. You actually dare to obstruct our senior brother Luchuan here. You are truly courting death. A Divine Statue School disciple behind Huangfu Luchuan spoke with disdain. That's right. Fang Chen, I'd advise you to obediently listen to senior apprentice brother Luchuan. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today, said another disciple. It wasn't just Huangfu Luchuan who looked down on Fang Chen. Even the Divine Statue Gate's disciples looked down on Fang Chen. They felt that Fang Chen didn't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with senior apprentice brother Luchuan. Fang Chen indifferently looked at the Divine Statue Gate's disciples. He didn't say anything. Fang Chen, do you see what you're going to use to fight me? Huangfu Luchuan sinisterly smiled. Fang Chen ignored the whispers of the surrounding cultivators and suddenly said, It looks like I have no choice but to make a move. Huangfu Luchuan wildly laughed upon hearing Fang Chen's words. He felt that Fang Chen was just putting on an act and wasn't worth mentioning. But if I attack, there will definitely be blood. I hope you'll still be standing here when the time comes. Fang Chen's words were filled with threat. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to kill a disciple of the divine statue gate in front of so many people, especially Huangfu Mingchuan's big brother. But if Huangfu Luchuan forced him into a corner, he wouldn't be afraid. Fang Chen, anyone can talk big. Do you think that I will be afraid of you just because you say that? I, Huangfu Luchuan, am standing right here. If you can kill me, then I, Huangfu Luchuan, am out of luck. Huangfu Luchuan laughed sinisterly. But once I attack, you'll definitely die. So think carefully. Huangfu Luchuan released a wild aura, forcing Fang Chen to hand over the jade slip. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He didn't even think about it before directly refusing, then let's attack. You're courting death. Huangfu Luchuan roared furiously. Clenching his fists, he sent a punch at Fang Chen. This punch contained an extremely powerful force. Bang! When Fang Chen saw this, he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch. Suddenly, the two fists collided and a wild energy spread out. The weaker martialists retreated one after another. They were unable to withstand the energy that spread out. Crack! After the two fists collided, they instantly separated. Fang Chen took a step back, while Huangfu Luchuan took 3 steps back. When Huangfu Luchuan steadied himself, his expression changed slightly and he said gloomily, "No wonder you dared to attack me. It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, do you think that you can withstand my attack with your meager strength?" The previous exchange was just a test. Although Huangfu Luchuan had suffered a slight loss, he was also aware of Fang Chen's strength. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. He had made up his mind to kill. A wild aura appeared around him, and in the next moment, the shadow of an elephant condensed above his head. When the shadow of the elephant appeared, all the disciples of the divine statue sect were extremely excited. There were many disciples in the divine statue sect, but only Huangfu Luchuan and his brother were able to condense the shadow of an elephant. At this moment, Huangfu Luchuan had released his Dharma idol. This meant that he was going to kill Fang Chen with lightning speed. Roar! The elephant above his head let out a furious roar. From its long trunk, a strong aura shot out towards Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen activated his sword body and protected his body with the wild sword intent. When the aura hit Fang Chen's body, it instantly dissipated. However, the barren sect disciples behind Fang Chen were a little speechless. Some of the aura bypassed Fang Chen and attacked them. In an instant, the barren sect disciples let out blood-curdling screams. Many of them were hit by the aura, causing them to spurt out blood. Seeing this, the barren sect core disciples' faces turned grave. Huangfu Luchuan's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. "It's too scary. Fang Chen is no match for him," a core disciple said helplessly. Huangfu Luchuan's strength was infinitely close to Huangfu Mingchuan's. He was too strong. Just the aura of his Dharma idol was enough to make many warriors unable to withstand it. "Now, do you know the difference between us?" Huangfu Luchuan looked down at Fang Chen with eyes full of disdain. Fang Chen stared at the elephant shadow and nodded. "Indeed, I know." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huangfu Luchuan grinned. He thought that Fang Chen was intimidated by his strength and admitted defeat. "Then, do you still want to resist?" Huangfu Luchuan asked in a low voice. Fang Chen stared at Huangfu Luchuan. Although the latter was strong, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. When he said that he knew, it meant that he knew the difference between him and Huangfu Luchuan. The difference wasn't ordinary. But what was laughable was that Huangfu Luchuan thought that his strength had intimidated Fang Chen. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?" Fang Chen said softly. "Yeah." Fang Chen's words thoroughly enraged Huangfu Luchuan. He let out a low roar and didn't give Fang Chen any more time. He prepared to directly kill Fang Chen. Following Huangfu Luchuan's roar, his aura rose. The elephant shadow above his head let out a furious roar. At this moment, Huangfu Luchuan displayed the divine statue Heavenly Art Reas. Divine statue, heavenly art. Huang Fu Luchuan roared. Suddenly, a wild attack appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you should be proud to die under my divine statue, heavenly art. Huang Fu Luchuan roared. Seeing that Huang Fu Luchuan's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chen displayed the fifth stage of the Phantom Sword Art. The fifth stage of the Phantom Sword Art, displayed by a seventh stage condensing reality realm martial artist, was unimaginably powerful. With a swoosh, countless illusory swords flew towards Huang Fu Luchuan's attack. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, the crowd was shocked to find that Fang Chen had actually blocked Huang Fu Luchuan's divine statue, heavenly art. Heavens! Fang Chen actually blocked the divine statue, heavenly art. Could it be that Fang Chen's strength is enough to challenge Huang Fu Luchuan? This is too shocking. Even the divine statue, heavenly art, was blocked. Does Huang Fu Luchuan have any other methods? Fang Chen has hidden his strength too deeply. At this moment, countless warriors on the Shark Plain were shocked. The power of the divine statue, heavenly art, was something that countless warriors in the southern mountain land knew. But at this moment, Fang Chen had actually blocked Huang Fu Luchuan's divine statue, heavenly art. Huang Fu Luchuan also noticed this scene. His eyes flickered and he let out a low roar, once again displaying the divine statue, heavenly art. This time, Huang Fu Luchuan pushed the divine statue, heavenly art, to the limit, increasing its power once again. Bang! However, Huang Fu Luchuan's divine statue, heavenly art, was once again easily blocked by Fang Chen. At this moment, Huang Fu Luchuan finally realized that something was wrong. If blocking the divine statue, heavenly art, the first time was a fluke, then easily blocking it the second time was definitely not a fluke. Could it be that his strength? Huang Fu Luchuan was extremely shocked as he thought to himself. At this moment, Huang Fu Luchuan's intuition told him that danger was approaching. Without hesitation, he gave up on attacking Fang Chen and rapidly retreated. Just as Huang Fu Luchuan retreated, a long sword instantly pierced through the air. Many warriors were shocked. Even Huang Fu Luchuan's heart palpitated. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he had been pierced by that sword, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. His strength, how can he be so strong? Fang Chen's strength had completely overturned Huang Fu Luchuan's understanding. At this moment, the latter's heart was filled with fear. Above the Shark Plains, there were cries of surprise. The Baron sect core disciples behind Fang Chen were also extremely shocked. Their faces were filled with joy. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded their expectations. At this moment, everyone was extremely happy that Mo Feng had made the right decision. After a long while, the Baron sect core disciples unanimously agreed that they were saved. Too powerful. Mo Feng's heart was even more shocked. How long had it been since they last met? Fang Chen had actually grown to such an extent. Why would such a monstrous genius leave the Baron sect? Mo Feng was extremely puzzled. Fang Chen was simply a monstrous genius. He didn't know why he had actually left the Baron sect. If he hadn't left the Baron sect, their Baron sect would have been able to challenge the Divine Statue clan. When I return, I must investigate this properly. Mo Feng thought to himself. At this moment, above the Shark Plains, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His eyes flickered as he looked at Huang Fu Luchuan. Fang Chen, I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. For Huang Fu Luchuan to be able to reach such a level, he naturally wasn't mediocre. Knowing that he wasn't a match for Fang Chen, he immediately gave up on dealing with Fang Chen. How about we end this matter here? Huang Fu Luchuan asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen turned his head to look at Mo Feng and asked, what do you all think? The content of the deal was to ensure the safety of Mo Feng and the others. It also didn't say that they had to kill Huang Fu Luchuan. Now that the latter had admitted defeat, Fang Chen didn't kill him. Brother Fang, I really have to thank you this time. Since Huang Fu Luchuan won't attack us, then let's end this matter here. Mo Feng said. Huang Fu Luchuan was Huang Fu Mingchuan's big brother. If they really killed Huang Fu Mingchuan, then Huang Fu Mingchuan would definitely be infuriated. At that time, he would definitely cause trouble for their Baron sect. Fang Chen nodded his head, indicating that it was fine. Seeing this, Huangfu Luchuan was overjoyed and prepared to leave. No matter what, he had to leave this place first. Fang Chen was too dangerous. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with Fang Chen unless he found his younger brother, Huangfu Mingchuan. However, just as Huangfu Luchuan prepared to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out from the distance. Immediately after, a figure rapidly flew over. When this figure landed on the shark plains, Huangfu Luchuan's eyes lit up. The person who had come was actually the head of the general family. Instantly, a plan appeared in Huangfu Luchuan's mind. General family head, don't you have enmity with Fang Chen? How about we join hands and kill him? Huangfu Luchuan directly said. Huangfu Luchuan's words immediately caused Fang Chen's face to darken. He had just let Huangfu Luchuan go. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Huangfu Luchuan would turn his gun towards him and even join hands with the general family head? The general family head ignored Huangfu Luchuan and stared at Fang Chen as he coldly said, Fang Chen, I really didn't think that your life would be so tough. The general family head also didn't think that he would encounter Fang Chen in the Shark Plains. However, since he had encountered him, he would definitely take revenge. Chapter 512. The sudden turn of events made Fang Chen frown. The head of the general family was a veteran condensing reality realm warrior who had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm. Although they were both at the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the difference in strength was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say that the head of the general family was stronger than Huangfu Mingchuan and the others. In the southern mountainland, there were almost no spirit whirlpool realm warriors. The 9th level of the condensing reality realm was basically the strongest. However, only those who had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm would know that within the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, there were some small differences. Not to mention the early, middle, and late stages, just the warriors who had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm had a huge difference in strength. This was because after reaching the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the qi in the body would change and condense streams of Zhen qi. That's right, Zhen qi. When a warrior's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, the liquefied spirit qi in the qi would gradually condense into Zhen qi. Every time a stream of Zhen qi was condensed, the warrior's strength would increase a little. When a warrior condensed 9 streams of Zhen qi in the qi, he would be able to break through to the spirit whirlpool realm. This was a path that every warrior had to go through. To step into the spirit whirlpool realm, one had to condense 9 streams of Zhen qi in the qi. Zhen qi was condensed from spirit qi and was much purer than spirit qi. Moreover, once Zhen qi was condensed in the qi, one could release Zhen qi when flying and step on the soles of their feet. This way, flying would be very easy. After all, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. After reaching the peak of the 9th level of the condensing reality realm and condensing Zhen qi, one could fly for a long period of time. When one's cultivation reached the spirit whirlpool realm, one could fly freely. The head of the general family had reached the peak of the condensing reality realm a long time ago. He had also condensed 2 streams of Zhen qi in his qi. Therefore, in the eyes of the general family's head, Fang Chen was nothing to be afraid of. He was just an ant-like existence. Fang Chen, you will die. The head of the general family's head said coldly. Huangfu Luchuan's eyes flickered. He didn't leave, but stayed on the shark plain. He wanted to see Fang Chen get killed by the head of the general clan. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with hatred for Huangfu Luchuan. He had shown mercy just now, but he didn't expect that the latter would turn around and join forces with the head of the general family. However, even though Fang Chen hated Huangfu Luchuan, the most important thing right now was to escape. Fang Chen, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from me, said the head of the general clan in a deep voice. Is that so? That's what you said last time, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the head of the general family was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment Jiang Sheng was killed by Fang Chen's fate was sealed. Patriarch Jiang, this kid's strength is tyrannical. You must attack him with all your strength. Don't let him escape. Huang Fu Luchuan reminded from the side. The head of the general clan nodded. This time, he definitely wouldn't let Fang Chen escape. When the numerous Baron sect disciples saw this scene, they all sank into silence. Fang Chen had saved them. However, now that Fang Chen was in danger, there was nothing they could do. Let's leave first, said a core disciple in a low voice. Once Fang Chen was killed by the head of the general clan, Huang Fu Luchuan would definitely take revenge on the Baron sect disciples. At that time, they would definitely die. Even though Mo Feng didn't want to leave, he still chose to leave in the end. Not long after, the Baron sect disciples left the Shark Plain. Seeing this, Huang Fu Luchuan didn't chase after them. His thoughts were all on Fang Chen. The head of the general clan probably didn't know that Fang Chen had information about the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Therefore, after killing Fang Chen, the head of the general clan would definitely leave this place. At that time, the information would be his. Thinking of this, Huang Fu Luchuan's face revealed a trace of a smile. The head of the general clan released a wild aura as he walked towards Fang Chen step by step. With every step he took, his body would release an extremely wild aura. The surrounding cultivators all retreated. This aura was too oppressive. Fang Chen, you can die now. The head of the general clan raised his palm. Instantly, an oppressive aura appeared. Above his palm, extremely dense spiritual energy gathered. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated it with all his might, preparing to block the attack. At this moment, two ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Then, a heavy voice entered everyone's ears. General Clan Head, please show mercy. Hearing this voice, the head of the general clan's face changed slightly. He turned his head and was shocked to see a man and a woman walking towards them together. The woman wore a one-piece dress that revealed her graceful figure. With every step she took, she attracted the gazes of countless cultivators. This woman possessed an impressive figure and an enchanting face. She was one of the most outstanding figures of the Southern Mountain region's younger generation, the holy daughter of the Black Devil Palace, Zhu Qingqing. Beside Zhu Qingqing was Zhu Yang. Zhu Qingqing and Zhu Yang, they've also come. Some people in the crowd began to whisper. They vaguely remembered that back at the Divine Blade Mountain, Zhu Yang had come out to support Fang Chen. Now, Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing had come together. Were they going to protect Fang Chen? Furthermore, Zhu Yang had just said that he wanted the head of the general clan to show mercy. Zhu Yang nodded at Fang Chen. As for Zhu Qingqing, she merely glanced at Fang Chen but didn't say anything. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Zhu Yang turned around and looked at the head of the general clan. Head of the general clan, as an expert of the older generation, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to attack a junior, said Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang, are you trying to stop me from attacking Fang Chen? Demanded the head of the general clan. Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing's appearance made the head of the general clan wary. Had the Black Devil Palace's people already arrived? Were they hiding in the shadows? The Black Devil Palace was too powerful. Even the 3-3-star powers didn't dare to go against the Black Devil Palace, let alone his little general clan. So he had no choice but to be on guard against the upper echelons of the Black Devil Palace. Head of the general clan, I owe Fang Chen a favor. How about you give me some face and let Fang Chen off this time? Continued Zhu Yang. He killed my son. You want me to let him off? Roared the head of the general clan. What if you add me in? Asked Zhu Qingqing indifferently. There was no expression on her face. Hearing Zhu Qingqing's words, even Huang Fu Luchuan's expression changed slightly. He could understand Zhu Yang standing up for Fang Chen. But why would Zhu Qingqing stand up for Fang Chen? Could it be that the Black Devil Palace had set their sights on Fang Chen? I wonder if the head of the general clan will forcefully attack. Right now, Huang Fu Luchuan could only pray that the head of the general clan would forcefully attack and kill Fang Chen. The head of the general clan was a peak 9th heaven stage true qi expert who had condensed 2 strands of true qi. As long as he forcefully attacked, even Zhu Qingqing and Zhu Yang wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhu Qingqing, you're also going to stand up for Fang Chen? The patriarch was clearly startled when he heard Zhu Qingqing's words. Then, he solemnly said, You're the holy maiden of the Black Devil Palace. Could it be that the Black Devil Palace wants to go to war with my general family for a single Fang Chen? Zhu Qingqing shook her head and said, think whatever you want. Hearing this, the head of the general clan's face turned sinister. His heart was filled with anger. He had already made up his mind to kill Fang Chen. So this time, he wouldn't give Fang Chen another chance. Head of the general clan, Fang Chen's potential is too high. If you let him go this time, he might already be able to contend against you the next time you meet him. Huangfu Luchuan reminded him from the side. At the Godly Blade Mountain, although Fang Chen's strength was strong, he wasn't my opponent at all. But just now, he didn't even release his Dharma idol and easily defeated me. Huangfu Luchuan continued. Hearing Huangfu Luchuan's words, a trace of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the head of the general clan. He defeated Huangfu Luchuan without releasing his Dharma idol. The head of the general clan naturally understood Huangfu Luchuan's strength very well. According to Huangfu Luchuan, in such a short period of time, Fang Chen had already grown to become a martial artist second only to the few top geniuses. Potential. An unprecedented killing intent erupted from the eyes of the head of the general clan. He was even more convinced that he had to kill Fang Chen. Huangfu Luchuan. Fang Chen was furious. This Huangfu Luchuan had been reminding the head of the general clan to kill him. He had thoroughly infuriated Fang Chen. Before the head of the general clan could speak, Fang Chen spoke. Brother Zhu Yang. Fang Chen looked at Zhu Yang and took a deep breath. Brother Fang, said Zhu Yang. You owe me a favor. I want you to do something for me now, said Fang Chen slowly. I, Zhu Yang, am a man of my word. As long as Brother Fang asks, I will definitely help you accomplish it. Help me block the head of the general clan, said Fang Chen. Zhu Yang nodded and directly agreed. Although Zhu Yang's strength was not as strong as the head of the general clan, it was not a problem for him to block for a while. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Qingqing showed a trace of displeasure between her brows. Zhu Yang had come to save her, but she had not expected that he would make such a weak request. In Zhu Qingqing's opinion, Fang Chen wanted Zhu Yang to help block the head of the general clan while he fled. At this moment, her good impression of Fang Chen had completely disappeared. Zhu Qingqing's face was filled with displeasure. If it wasn't for Zhu Yang, she would have already attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored Zhu Qingqing's misunderstanding and looked forward. Attack! As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, Zhu Yang instantly erupted with a powerful strength and directly fought with the head of the general clan. In an instant, Zhu Qingqing, who was wearing a one-piece dress, also joined the battle. She did not attack for Fang Chen, but for Zhu Yang. The two top young geniuses joined forces to block the attack of the head of the general clan. For a moment, the head of the general clan was actually unable to break free from their restraints. Just as everyone thought that Fang Chen was going to escape, his figure flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards Huangfu Luchuan. Huangfu Luchuan, you're simply wasting air by living. Fang Chen roared and directly appeared beside Huangfu Luchuan. He then released his Dharma idol and instantly displayed the 5th level of the Phantom Godsword technique. Chapter 513. The sword was like a dragon, and the sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, Fang Chen displayed the 5th level of the Phantom Godsword art with hatred. Moreover, he also activated his golden giant sword. In the sky, countless illusory swords instantly blasted towards Huangfu Luchuan. Huangfu Luchuan's face turned incomparably solemn. Damn it! Huangfu Luchuan knew the difference between him and Fang Chen. He couldn't fight head-on, and had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he might lose his life here today. Divine Statue Heavenly Art. Huangfu Luchuan roared and displayed the Divine Statue Heavenly Art again, wanting to block Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. Poochie. The star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand directly shattered Huangfu Luchuan's Dharma idol, and ruthlessly pierced into Huangfu Luchuan's body. No. Huangfu Luchuan let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, it was too late. Fang Chen pulled out the star-concealing sword, and Huangfu Luchuan's body softly fell to the ground. Seeing Huangfu Luchuan's death, the general family's patriarch finally knew how monstrous the potential of the Fang Chen that Huangfu Luchuan spoke of was. This kid can't be left alive. Thinking of this, the general family's patriarch erupted with a wild aura. 2 streams of true qi were released, and instantly forced Zhu Qingqing and Zhu Yang to retreat. Fang Chen's life is mine. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being impolite. The general family's patriarch's body emitted a terrifying aura as he furiously roared. After Fang Chen killed Huangfu Luchuan, his figure flashed and arrived beside Zhu Yang. He nodded towards the latter and said, "Brother Zhu Yang, from now on, you no longer owe me any favors. You've already repaid the favor. Now, you don't need to get involved in this mess. The 2 of you should quickly leave," Fang Chen said. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Qingqing's pretty face revealed a hint of surprise. Clearly, she had misunderstood Fang Chen and thought that Fang Chen was a cowardly martialist. However, judging from Fang Chen's performance, he was clearly no match for the general family's family head. Yet, he was still able to make the 2 of them leave. Zhu Qingqing's beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen. There was a complicated expression in her eyes. She actually could not see through this young cultivator before her. "Brother Fang, you are not a match for the general family's patriarch," Zhu Yang reminded. "You can leave. You don't have to meddle in my affairs," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing nodded heavily. Even if they took action, they would not be able to defeat the head of the general clan. Therefore, there was nothing they could do right now. Furthermore, Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing had the Black Devil Palace behind them. They also had to think about the Black Devil Palace. In the end, Zhu Yang glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang, if you die at his hands today, I will definitely avenge you once my strength increases." Zhu Yang was a sentimental person. After interacting with Fang Chen a few times, he discovered that Fang Chen was a very righteous martialist. Although he was no match for the general family's family head now, what about the future? Hearing Zhu Yang's words, Fang Chen grinned before turning around to look at the head of the general clan. Crash! Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing glanced at Fang Chen and then turned to leave the Shark Plains. At this time, the general family head looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with iciness. "Fang Chen, who else will help you?" sneered the general family head. In his eyes, Fang Chen was already a dead man. Crash! Fang Chen didn't say anything. He took out the hidden star sword and instantly displayed the 5th layer of the phantom godsword art. Whoosh! Countless illusory swords rushed toward the general family head. However, the latter only waved his hand and blocked Fang Chen's attack. So strong. Fang Chen sensed that there were 2 streams of true energy revolving around the general family head's body, causing his defense to become incomparably strong. At this time, the Banxianshu and the little mouse also came out. The little mouse gave the Banxianshu a drop of blood for it to absorb. Then, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves wildly swayed, instantly turning scarlet red. Then, it directly wrapped around the general family head. The little mouse directly jumped onto the general family head's body and bit his shoulder. Courting death. The general family head was thoroughly enraged by this sudden turn of events. True energy revolved around his body and directly blasted towards the little mouse. With a bang, the little mouse's body was instantly sent flying. At this moment, the Banxianshu's branches and leaves were also instantly broken. In just a single exchange, the Banxianshu and the little mouse were seriously injured. At this moment, Fang Chen was still preparing. Heaven's startling sword art. Fang Chen pushed his sword body to the limit. Wild sword intent filled his entire body. His mind was filled with dense sword intent. When the general family head attacked Fang Chen, the latter finally finished preparing. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced and instantly displayed the heaven's startling sword art. Back then, when Fang Chen was still weak, he was unable to display the heaven's startling sword art. Now, he was finally able to display it. The might of the heaven's startling sword art completely erupted. In the sky, an illusory sword blade appeared. This sword blade contained a frightening sword intent. Sensing the might of this sword, A complicated expression appeared in the general family head's eyes. However, his attack did not stop in the slightest. "Fang Chen, go and die." The general family head roared as both his fists instantly blasted towards Fang Chen. Above Fang Chen's head, the giant golden sword trembled incessantly. Within his body, the golden heart was rapidly beating. Waves of formless sword aura were emitted from the golden heart and drilled into the giant golden sword. Just as the general family head's attack was about to arrive, Fang Chen suddenly roared. The giant golden sword above his head actually directly merged with the sword blade in the sky. Rumble, an extremely wild aura instantly spread out. Some of the weaker martialists in the surroundings were unable to withstand this aura. They were actually seriously injured and vomited blood. How is this possible? When the sword blade collided with the general family head's fists, a deafening sound erupted. Crack! The general family head's fists instantly blocked the attack of the sword blade. Then, a crisp sound rang out as a crack appeared on the sword blade. "Fang Chen, you will definitely die." The general family head sneered as he looked at the cracked sword blade. "Poochie." Fang Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was a little pale and his body was on the verge of collapse. Above the general family head's fists, there were two streams of true energy. These two streams of true energy contained a powerful destructive power that was currently destroying the insides of the sword blade. However, just as Fang Chen was on the verge of collapse, the golden heart's heartbeat sped up once again. Immediately after, a powerful suction force was instantly emitted. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that the two streams of true energy within the sword blade were actually being forcefully sucked over by the golden heart. Bang! Finally, Fang Chen's sword blade was unable to withstand the general family head's attack and instantly broke. Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying. He fell to the ground, his aura dispirited. At this moment, the huge golden sword floated out from the broken sword blade. Its color was much dimmer as it returned to the air above Fang Chen's head. Cracks began to appear on the golden great sword. Cracks had appeared on the huge transcendence sword. Fang Chen was facing the greatest crisis yet. "Fang Chen, you no longer have the ability to fight." The general family head walked step by step towards Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, all the martialists on the entire Shark Plain were completely shocked. Fang Chen's fighting strength had exceeded all of their expectations. Fang Chen's fighting strength is comparable to the top geniuses of the younger generation. He's too strong. After killing Huangfu Luchuan with one sword, he can actually fight the general family head to such an extent. How terrifying. Yeah, if Fang Chen doesn't die, his future achievements will definitely shock the entire Nanling land. Many martialists sighed. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. However, so what if his talent was amazing? In the end, he would still be killed by the general family head. The Banxianshu and the little mouse ran to Fang Chen's side and blocked the path of the general family head. The little mouse's eyes were filled with anger as a thick purple halo appeared around its body. Roar! The little mouse roared and charged towards the general family head. It wanted to use its strength to help Fang Chen. Bang! The general family head sent the little mouse flying with a single punch. Brother mouse! The Banxianshu dragged its battered body and endured the pain as it released its branches to catch the little mouse that was sent flying. When he saw the general family head arrive, a helpless look appeared on Fang Chen's face. This was the reason why he was weak. If he was strong enough, the general family head would be the one on the ground. If I don't die today, I will definitely destroy the general family in the future. Fang Chen growled. You won't have that chance. The general family head smiled sinisterly. Today, no one would be able to save Fang Chen. Fang Chen was definitely going to die. The Banxianshu and the little mouse were seriously injured. Fang Chen was also unable to fend for himself. At this moment, Fang Chen was facing the greatest danger he had ever faced. Countless martialists on Shark Plain were retreating, afraid that Fang Chen's final counterattack would affect them. However, there were also some martialists who sighed inwardly. Such a young elite had died at the hands of the general family head just like that. Fang Chen, you can die now. The general family head walked over to Fang Chen and sneered. He extended his fist and 2 streams of true qi revolved around it. Then, he punched directly at Fang Chen. Many martialists couldn't bear to see this scene. However, they couldn't change anything. The general family head was a martialist who had condensed 2 streams of true qi. He was considered a top martialist in the Nanling land, so they simply didn't dare to show their faces. Everyone believed that Fang Chen was definitely going to die. Even Fang Chen thought so. At this moment, Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing were standing quietly on a mountain peak not far from Shark Plain. They felt very upset when they saw this scene. Zhu Yang clenched his fists tightly. There was an impulse in his heart. He is a heroic martialist, Zhu Qingqing said softly. If he dies, I will avenge him, Zhu Yang said solemnly. However, just as Zhu Yang and Zhu Qingqing were talking, the entire Shark Plain suddenly started to shake. At first, it was only a slight battle. In the blink of an eye, the shaking became extremely intense. All the martialists actually couldn't stand still. Bang! Due to the shaking of Shark Plain, the general family head's fist landed on the ground beside Fang Chen. Rumble! In the next moment, a series of bottomless cracks actually appeared on the Shark Plain.